All right. Good evening, Athens, Georgia. You are here at the agenda setting session of the Unified Government of Athens-Clarke Counties Commission and myself. And we're here on the 19th of January and have quite a few items to bring to you today. And just a note for members of the public, the body has distributed amongst them some new rules of input. And so commissioners are going to have 3 opportunities for 3 minutes apiece from this point forward for each agenda item. And so I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. We have in front of us items of consent agenda of old business, new business, and planning items. The consent agenda items have been reviewed by the agenda review team. And my first order of business is to ask if any commissioner would like to remove any of the consent items for discussion. Those are items 1 through 9 on the agenda. Carol?
Yeah, I have brief, fewer than 3 minute comments to make on what is it, number 3 and number 7. Yeah.
Okay. Any others? Yeah, Jesse.
Yeah, I had similar to Carol. This might just be us getting learned here. I had a few questions on 4, 5, and 9. Quick ones, I think.
Okay.
About the same.
Okay. And any others? All right. So we're going to go ahead and begin with item number 3. This is contingency funding for critical system replacements at the Police 911 Command Center. So go right ahead, Commissioner Myers.
Hey, as many of you guys know, I came on here with a real commitment to following up on that 100% renewable energy. And so I'm, most likely will be supporting this, but I feel like anytime that there's an opportunity where we are upgrading something, and this says Police 911 Command Center, but I believe if you look in it, it's basically a cooling system that's going in there, and that we need to be making sure that we are getting the most energy efficient, carbon net zero. We're considering all purchases that have to do with energy in that way. I have a wonderful quote from the Rocky Mountain Institute, which is an independent, nonpartisan, nonprofit co-founded in 1982 to transform global energy use to create a clean, prosperous, and secure low carbon future. And they have a great article, Making Our Existing Buildings Zero Carbon, a 3-pronged approach. And in it, they say, every building we touch over the next 10 years needs to be brought to zero emissions in a way that is most cost effective and supports decarbonization of the grid. And so I'm just want to bring that up anytime we're purchasing something that is going to be using energy, and would ask that the manager's office, this is where I'll run out of the right words here as a newbie here, but sort of assure us on the commission level that we are purchasing appliances, HVAC, that is the most energy efficient and helps us in that net zero path that we're on. And perhaps Blaine will our Manager Williams already has something to say on that.
Well, I think it's a great question, Commissioner Myers. And with cooling, of course, there's a SEER rating that comes along with that. Mm-hmm. I don't know what the SEER rating is or what's being spec'd, but I will ask those questions and we'll provide those in the follow-up.
Great.
I do know that we have always strived for energy efficiency. I think the real question to answer your question is how much money do we want to spend on the most efficient unit out there? That's what I don't know. And so we'll find out more about that and respond to you.
Thank you.
I think I saw Commissioner Davenport and then Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. Does the Sustainability Office handle situations or issues that Commissioner Myers bring up? Like, do they get the contracts and review them?
Not at this point for that at that level. I do think though, as we, to Commissioner Meyer's point, and your point, Mr. Davenport, that we really need a more thorough review of what we're doing going forward. So the cumulative effect, it's not just about changing building envelopes, but it's all the systems that are in there, that all this be tied together.
Commissioner Houle, then Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. I completely echo Commissioner Meyer's sentiments there and wanting to build in 100% principles whenever we can in these projects. So thanks for bringing that up. I had a kind of different question. I was curious how this might overlap with the SPLOST 2020 project number 7, the E911 system. If we're replacing that whole system whenever that SPLOST project comes online, are we anticipating that what we put in place now is just going to be replaced again when that project comes online, or is this a totally separate thing?
It's separate. My understanding that has to do more with the communications equipment itself. And so, for instance, y'all approved going to emergency medical dispatch, and so we're going to expand the number of consoles, and some of those funds will be used for that. So these are separate. I will say though that so one of the reasons we're bringing this to you is because there weren't enough funds in the budget at this point to pay for this. And so it's one of those zero-sum games that we're going to be talking about later, I'm sure, with the corridor projects. And that is, there's so much money, and then how do we partition that out? So I think y'all are asking really good questions that I think are going to have some resource impacts that we need to continue to discuss. If that makes sense. If it doesn't, I can explain that further.
I guess a follow-up question then is, could we theoretically use money from SPLOST 2020 project number 7 to pay for this if we were to say front load 84,000 of that total budget from project 7 to pay for this?
And I'm sorry, Commissioner Houle, because I don't have the tiering in front of me. So is project 7 the energy line?
Project 7 is the E911 system specifically.
Right. I think it might be all be spoken for, but we'll check on that.
Okay. Thanks.
But to answer your question, if there's money left available, I think that could be an eligible expense.
Commissioner Denson?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to kind of follow up on what Commissioner Davenport brought up, because I think that's what really we need to have in place so that we don't feel like we have to pick apart every one of these things. And I guess maybe more so instead of having the sustainability review office review every one of these things, which I think could be very burdensome, possibly just having where policy recommendations are put in place, where they kind of evaluate where the technology is at, what kind of levels that we expect all of like our HVACs and everything else to kind of reach, and have that policy there for it. So when these things happen, we know exactly what we're getting, what we're replacing there. So I don't know if we can have like every 2 years that gets reviewed, but I do think that would be helpful so that we can all feel assured that we are pursuing that 100% renewable energy mark.
Well, and I think Mr. Myers really broached some good questions, with regards to the Classic Center and the SPLOST 2020 buildings when we talk about tiering. And I agree, Mr. Denson, we do need some further discussion to really get to the details of, how much resources do you want to spend? Because I think it's like most things, the first so much percentage of energy savings is the cheapest. And then as you get closer to that 100%, it gets more and more and more expensive. And so the more that we spend getting to that goal, and I think it's really all about the timeline, right? The quicker we get there, the more it's going to cost. And so we need to work with all of you to understand, what that timeline looks like. I mean, work with the Citizens Committee and work with staff, because these are pretty technical questions that are arising tonight that are all good. But I think you're right, Mr. Benson. We need some further direction.
Back to Carol. You're still muted.
There you go. Too many computers here. Tools. I was going to bring this up later, but I'll bring it up now and hopefully won't repeat this later. But I share this in an email with commissioners, but I want to bring it up for the public who are watching. There is a community action board from the 100% project that's been meeting since last June or July, and is supposed to be coming up with a plan that we should be seeing by next fall. I'm hoping that it is a plan that will include just what Commissioner Jensen said, suggestions that we develop we develop standards for this kind of thing, and that'll come out of there. And this might be a little bit premature, but when we eventually get to that, I would hope that we can have a position that's really focused on this, using all this money and this commitment down the road, so that there's someone is keeping an eye on this. And I think that's all I have for right now on that. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I'm fond of the idea of having a blanket approach and an umbrella plan, so that we have ongoing norms for these purchases. And obviously those are going to be updated as new funds and new technology all become available, and our understanding becomes greater about where the greatest gains are to be made. So thanks for being so supportive of this work, everyone. Is this fine to go back on consent? Okay. All right. So 3's back on consent. All right. 4 is the proposal to waive sidewalk cafe fees for calendar 2021. And so for members of the public, you may be aware that we implemented, in the midst of the pandemic, outdoor parklets at no cost for outdoor dining establishments downtown, and credit Commissioner Edwards and conversations he had with some business owners for kind of prompting this item. It didn't make sense that we were going to charge nothing for parklets, but we were going to continue to charge on the sidewalk. And so this would simply waive those fees for 2021. And I think Commissioner Houle asked that this come off.
Yeah, and I think this is a fantastic way to incentivize people to get some more things outside and give local businesses a break. I just had 2 questions. One was, are we talking about fiscal year 21 or the calendar year? It's the calendar year 2021, correct?
I'll have to check. I think it's fiscal year though. That's whatever the duration of the permit's running.
Okay. Well, my impression reading the document was that it was for calendar year 2021. It doesn't really change whether I'm in favor of it. I just kind of wanted to make sure that we and then the businesses who would benefit from this would be clear on the timeline for this. And then the other question I had is, hopefully when we get through the worst of COVID this year, we'll begin having Twilight and Athfest and things like that again. How will this play into fees that would get charged for vendors or businesses to have an outdoor presence during events like that?
I'm not sure that we have discussed that on with the festivals as of yet. And Commissioner Houle, you are correct. It is calendar year. It's not fiscal year.
Okay.
And just for Commissioner Houle and members of the public, the outdoor, often drinking areas kind of affiliated with festivals sort of run under a separate special events policy than the kind of more persistent dining areas. If members of the public look at the agenda item at accgov.com/agenda, you can see that there's a sort of standard fee structure for that, and that's different than that kind of more festival-like environment. My anticipation is, in the same way that we've sort of taken some of the pandemic responses in chunks of time, in 3-month or 6-month extensions, that I imagine we would probably revisit this mid-year too, as well, Commissioner Houle, as those kind of special event modifications that we may have to make.
Okay. Thanks, y'all.
It's okay to keep this one on consent? Okay. All right. Moving on to number 5, disposal of surplus vehicles. Commissioner Houle, you must have seen a dump truck that piqued your fancy. So go right ahead.
I love those dump trucks. No, I was just curious if you could clarify where the money from these sales go. Does it go directly into the general fund, or is it earmarked for a specific purpose, like the department the vehicles came from or something?
think you're muted, Manager Williams. I believe it goes to the general fund.
Yes, I believe that's correct. It does not go back to departments because we do have the fleet replacement fund that helps to, every year in the general budget, we do put funds away through departments for replacement of vehicles, incrementally over time. So it would either go to the fleet replacement or general fund, and I believe it goes to the general fund.
Manager Williams, would the exception be if it's, say, a public utilities vehicle and it's in that enterprise fund, would the funds remain in that bucket?
Yes, and transit would be another example of that, Mayor. So yeah, enterprise funds like public utilities, there, transit, has federal funds in there, and some of the federal funds we use for capital. So that would go back to transit, but all other departments that weren't a special revenue fund would go back to the fleet replacement fund, is my understanding.
Commissioner Link.
Yes, I have a quick question. What happens to smaller surplus items like furniture, etc.?
We just dispose of those through gov deals as well, and that money, those are typically not. That could be anything from, phones or furniture or things of that nature, and I believe that goes back to the general fund.
So are we made aware of when those disposals are made? I know Commissioner Wright and I had our eyes on some desks that were stacked up in the Costa building, and we want to know when we can get in on those auctions.
I don't know if we send out a listing of those, but if you're interested in that type of thing, we can.
I think we'd be interested to know just when these things are going on gov deals.
In the old days, before the online platform became a phenomenon, we used to actually get this laundry list of surplus items as commissioners, and so we would see the chair, the stapler for 95 cents or whatever when it was being auctioned in sort of a traditional live auction way or auction house way. But I think we can find a link for everybody so that they can view those things through the web portal. Commissioner Wright?
Commissioner Link and I only want her and I to get that information. Melissa, you weren't supposed to ask that in front of everybody. Yeah, so just send that link to Melissa and I, and we'll follow up on that. Keep you guys posted.
We'll just send it to the standing committee chairs and include Mike.
I think that's a good approach. I appreciate that, Manager.
I see a new HGTV series coming online before long. Pickers of elected officials. All right. Everybody fine with this going back on consent? Okay. All right. We are moving on to item number 7. And I appreciate Commissioner Myers removing this, actually even having assigned it here. I was going to remove this as well. And this is the Pedestrian Improvement Program applied to the Cherokee Road Sidewalk Improvement. So go right ahead, Commissioner Myers.
Well, now I'm curious why you wanted to remove it. But I wanted to remove it just so I could speak to this project specifically and as the former chair of the Athens and Motion Commission and the one person from that commission who was on the team of citizens that put together the bike pedestrian master plan, I have been immersed in bike pedestrian issues and options for the last 5 years. I actually had followed up on this one this morning to see if we had actually moved forward on the engineering, and my information is that we did move forward on the engineering for this project, and that this is just an approval of the funding split. And so I think in the end, I'm not going to, don't really want to spend energy bringing up old discussions, but this is one that I do want to sort of publicly say that if I had been on here, I would not have been pushing for the multi-use trail here. Later on, Russell and I just talked earlier about, or Commissioner Edwards, sorry there, about the Riverbend Road over there and the bike lanes on Millage going all the way down to Riverbend from 5 Points are a Tier 1 separated facility, where the continuation of Cherokee to Winterville is a Tier 3. Now, hopefully everything's going to change, and with our new head of transportation in Washington, who was a mayor of a small town who pushed complete streets and sidewalk funding, there's going to be a lot coming that way. But I do have qualms about spending the larger amount of money on this when that's way down the road. But then again, maybe we'll have all the money and it'll all get done. I do have a specific question about the bike improvement program having to do with the public art on there. And just a clarification, if that public art is supposed to be involved in the sidewalk and bike projects, and that if it is, it might, and how that would be identified. And if that might be something we want Athens in Motion just to sort of keep an eye on, like where they're looking at it going, oh, let's get this to the Cultural Affairs group. So address that as well. So those are just two issues that I wanted to bring up. I'm fine continuing on, but I'm eager to see what Mayor Gertz has to say on this one.
Can you talk, Manager Williams, a little bit about how the selection for art available projects operates through the SPLOST Citizen Oversight Committee?
Yes. Typically, we do go to the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission, and they render an opinion whether they think that it's suitable for art. There's some cases where projects aren't. And as y'all know, sometimes with some of the bike and ped, they accumulate enough funds to do something significant. Of course, all this comes to you for decision. We will follow up, Commissioner Myers. I think public art is funded here. They have not weighed in yet on the type that's funded, but we will give you some specifics on that.
And for members of the public, they can think of some linear alternative transportation projects where there has been art connected, the Firefly Trail in Dudley Park being a good example, but others, say the new sidewalk on Magnolia or on King Avenue, where there's not a public art component, generally in those shorter segments or maybe more neighborhood focused ones. I did want to take this off consent in some ways relative to a zoning item on tonight, which should it come to pass would be a prospective tax allocation district project that's in this same tax allocation district. Commissioners, and then even those new to the body who may have been watching last year, may remember that Commissioner Herod expanded the breadth of this tax allocation district, and when this project came up, noted that there could be more funds available in this geographic area should future development projects emerge, and then, of course, those dollars be able to be directed toward public improvements. And as you know, one of the areas of public improvement for which tax allocation district dollars can be directed are public infrastructure investments. So this is maybe in some ways both a comment and then perhaps a query for the attorney. So should projects that raise the tax base in this TAD emerge, and we know we would have new dollars to work with, I guess I'm asking the attorney and maybe Manager Williams to weigh in on the prospect of directing those dollars to this project and thus freeing up those very scarce TSPLOST dollars for countywide application, particularly for those areas that are not in tax allocation areas. So Blaine, Judd, I'm glad to kick the ball to either one of you, but what I really want to do is, through a variety of sources, extend our bike ped infrastructure as far as we can. So Judd, could we spend SPLOST dollars and then backfill the SPLOST account with TAD dollars? And if you need to do some research, I certainly would understand. I'm just bringing this to you for the first time right this minute.
And Attorney Drake, I can take a stab at it if you like, or you can go ahead.
Go ahead, Manager.
So, of course, you've got the 4 goal areas that y'all set up in the redevelopment plan. And we'd have to take a look at that. But I do think it would qualify, as you say, Mayor, about being a public infrastructure project. And then we have been discussing internally and shared with you, there is a governance structure that we need to put together with your approval. You signaled early on when the redevelopment plans were first approved last year that you would like to see some type of residents advisory committee as it relates to TADS. And so there were a couple of specific charges that you gave them, and one of which was reviewing projects to see if they did work within the goal structure. And certainly, and you'll hear from me in the days to come of some other ideas about how those folks can advise you when it comes to TADS. And then, as the redevelopment agency, as you're called, the mayor and commission, ultimately you would approve those the TAD funds to go to specific projects. So, Mayor, I think what you're saying is, in the absence of a project such as the one the planning case tonight, this is an area TAD, and so funds would accumulate each year as all the properties or the properties within the TAD appreciated in value. If you had a project come in that instantly raises the value, if you will, then that would provide more funds into the special revenue fund that will be set up for these TADs. And I want to answer your question aloud, Attorney Drake. I think in practicality, if you ultimately what will happen is if a project comes in and it's asking for certain incentives, if you will, in order to make the project go, obviously they have to work within the redevelopment powers law. At the time that there are any incentives, that you would probably enter into some type of agreement with the developer where they would commit to creating so much value, which would give you a better indication of the funds yet to come. And that would allow you to plan, as Mayor, you're indicating, for this particular project or another project if you wanted to. Attorney Drake, did I miss anything there?
I think that's correct. And Mr. Mayor, am I hearing you say you would like to go ahead and jumpstart some of these projects where you haven't had the increment build up? Like, for example, the public infrastructure needs such as bike and pedestrian facilities?
Well, I do understand that once a new project is on the ground, it's not unusual for a community to borrow funds anticipating that future tax revenue. So if we're going to be receiving $200,000 a year, but if you're talking about a 20-year TAD, you can do the math and know that you're going to be receiving this much larger pot. And so communities will borrow dollars anticipating 2023, 2024, 2025 ad valorem taxes.
Well, that's exactly right, Mr. Mayor. I've been reviewing in the last hour and a half the redevelopment plan for the Lexington Road Tax Allocation District. And the page that I'm on talks about that the Athens-Clarke County made its option consider utilizing the issuance of tax allocation bonds or other available financing options or funding sources to wholly or partially fund projects. So we could, we could issue bonds, basically borrow money to jumpstart, for example, a goal area like bike and pedestrian facilities, enhance connectivity with the expectation that the TAD increment will help to pay for the cost of that improvement. That is certainly allowable.
Okay. Commissioner Myers.
Continuing on that line, would it be possible then to revise this or have a commission-defined option that would have, I'm trying to find it here, but that would say, that would basically say that the bike ped, the second half of this bucket of money could either be from the bike ped program or a combination from monies accumulated through the TAD program. So that would, if there was that money there, or perhaps you're saying we could borrow it, this would allow us to build some other projects in other parts of the community. I really like that idea.
My only concern there is what the manager was talking about and reading the as he indicated the tax allocation district process and it talks about a community input process where there's a recommendation of the project to the commission. So I'd hate for us to get ahead of that process. Because the way I read it, there has to be a recommendation, and we could work with that committee. Ultimately, it is the commission's final decision, though. But it does talk about a community input process where you get that input and then you decide whether you want to follow that recommendation, modify it, or just not follow it entirely, the way I read the document today. So if we did that tonight, I'm afraid we'd be getting ahead of that process.
What I might recommend is that if the commission has an appetite for engaging with that future user group, we may want to put this on hold for some period of time pending the development of that body. And asking it to provide us a recommendation.
Well, I'll also say this too, that Commissioner Myers, I'll check on this. I'm not sure engineering has begun. We felt like that we had enough clear direction to move forward, and then our SPLOST staff said, we technically don't have the approval of funds to do that. I think the engineering is over $200,000, so it's beyond my threshold. So I need to bring that up, number one. So at the very least, if you want to see this project continue, you would want to approve funding for engineering. The second thing I would bring up is, I think you're dead on, Mayor and Attorney Drake. You could borrow funds for these projects. I think in the absence of an approved project, you might be hard pressed to borrow just against the area TAD, because, it hasn't happened, thankfully, in recent memory, but, the property values could go down. If you had a terrible recession, or if the appraisals work that way. So you really would want a project certain to base your borrowing against.
I think that's right. All right, I am going to leave this off consent. Any further questions before we move on? All right, we're going to move on to item number 9, a liquid alum contract award winner for the water reclamation facilities and water treatment plant. So, Commissioner Houle, you were interested in what happens to the waste.
I love learning about waste. Yeah, so I understand that as a best practice, we generally seek to go with the lowest bidder on things. And while I think that is typically a best bet, it also seems like sometimes that has kind of burned us a bit. I think I've heard some cyclist advocates kind of complain about some bike lanes, for example, not maybe being painted as good as they would have been if we went with a different contract. And so being in no way an expert in liquid alum, I guess I was wondering if you could help me understand, is there anything that would indicate a higher priced product may somehow be better than the lowest bidder? Or are these essentially the same product regardless of who's producing it?
A good question, Commissioner Houle. It is the same. It's basically an aluminum salts product, and it's used by water and wastewater treatment plants across the nation, so it's a pretty common product. And the bidders actually deliver all over the country, so very common.
Okay, thanks. With that, I'm fine with it being on consent.
Anyone else? Talk some chemical engineering? All right, we're going to put that one back on consent. Thanks, everybody. All right, we're moving forward to old business. Item number 10 is the SPLOST 2020 tiering schedule. And Manager Williams, if just for the benefit of the public, you could provide an update on the work that staff has done on this since the last time we had a public session, that'd be helpful.
Thank you, Mayor. So after the work session that was held back in November, and the tiering discussion was, I think, originally hoped to be voted on in December, the commission asked some very good questions. We were hoping for some priorities out of that. And what we did not bring a balanced program to the November work session. And for the public, what I mean by balanced program is that the $314 million over the 12 years, the tiering is meant to allocate how those are spent over time. And so if you place them too far in the beginning, then you may run the risk of running short because you're really depending on the collections coming in each year to help fund the program. Of course, with the passage of the SPLOST, the voters also allowed up to $127 million of general obligation bonds to be sold by the unified government. And the reason for that is if you are given to waiting on the collections to come in each year, then it would take you a while to get enough collections to actually do a project of any significant size, particularly the transformation of Bethel, this space facilities modernization project and/or the Classic Center Arena. Those are big ticket items, so those would be pushed later into the program. All that being said, after all the questions around the unbalanced program that we brought forward, I felt compelled to present you at least with a baseline balanced program. So it had projects of all the projects on the SPLOST at various points along the 13-year timeline. And you provided some very specific feedback of things that you wanted to see earlier in the program, such as the East Side Library and the Youth Development Center or two, for instance. And so staff went in and attempted to move some of those forward, and that would require more money towards the front end. And we assumed that you would borrow the full $127 million as authorized by the voters, and a couple of other projects too. And the public will see all of this. And so what we found was that we felt like we could accommodate what you were asking as far as priorities by borrowing about $7.5 million beyond $127 million in Tier 4, and that we could use some of the unallocated interest. And what I mean by that is, as part of anticipating the $127 million in borrowing, we set aside some money within the $314 million to pay for that interest for the borrowed funds. And from the time that we created that budget till now, the interest rate environment has improved. So there were actually about $6 or $7 million of extra funds that we call unallocated interest. And so the $7.5 million that we would borrow additional to move up some projects that you wanted to see, we could use that unallocated interest to pay the debt service and not have to borrow any funds beyond the SPLOST program, i.e. The next SPLOST or paying out a general fund, if you will. So that version was something that we came up and recently sent to you, and we've gotten some questions back from you. And we're forming responses, and I encourage all of you to ask any questions that you have, and then we'll present yet another version that maybe refines it. I think we're getting closer and closer to some resolution, and then we can share that with the agenda item with the public. The sooner that we can get the feedback, the sooner we can respond and put that out there for folks to take a look at and evaluate.
Maybe not everybody's had a chance to look at that kind of most recent version. I know it came late last week. It was a busy holiday weekend. But are there any either process questions or project questions that commissioners want to look at right now?
And I will say, Mayor, the deadline we gave y'all was next Monday, so the 20th. So there's time. But the sooner that you can share those with us, the sooner we'll get cracking on responses.
Okay. All right. And Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I mean, to me, I do think we're getting there. I greatly appreciate staff and the commission, everybody working together to get through this and get closer to some consensus here. I mean, on the $30 million one, I mean, what concerned me was, and I just want to make sure that I'm reading this right, that the annual debt service for that $30 million borrowing would be paid from the general fund, at least a decent part of it. And I think it's so $24.6 million total across the 7 years, I think, if that's correct. Okay.
Yes, if you wanted to, I think the intent was to pay the debt off by the time the SPLOST ended. Right.
And so I'm just thinking through, I would love to be able to do that. I also know how tough every year's budget negotiation and process is. And I look at $3.6 million, and I know that oftentimes we are fighting over what we'd like to spend $3.6 million on for those last few little projects that we'd like to have done. So I think that having us have that much money come out of the general fund to pay off the debt service, I'm very hesitant about doing that. Yeah.
Commissioner Wright?
Thank you. I think if I'm hearing Commissioner Denson correctly, I think I'm lined up with some of his hesitation as well. I kind of like to keep SPLOST money in its own pot. I know it requires us to be very patient while it accumulates, but the rate that we have, we getting something completed, we still are working on 2005 SPLOST projects, 2011. We have one T-SPLOST. We're going to be hoping another. I just think that if we can be patient and continue our process that we started with the larger projects up front, and I'm hesitant to go more in debt and be monkeying around with another pot of money to move something faster when we all know that sometimes it doesn't go as fast as we want because of the logistics and reality of the projects. Clayton Street's a good example for that. But we do have to be patient. We knew it was going to be a 12-year accumulation of funds. I think we're happy that the economy is such this last year we still were collecting at the rate we were anticipating, if not more. So that's the way I'm leaning towards it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other thoughts now? Obviously, we'll have, Commissioner Houle.
Just have a quick clarifying question about timing. So planning to get remarks to y'all by Monday on this. So we're not expecting to vote on this in the February meeting, correct?
Yes, that was the anticipation.
That is the anticipation?
February.
Okay,
Yes.
So final remarks this Monday, and then hopefully we're all done for the February meeting?
And the ship shall sail.
Okay.
And if I could, if this will help you and the public, this is a projection. Right, the one thing we know is that this will be wrong. Collections will be different. They'll either be higher or lower. Projects will progress faster or slower. And you as a commission have the ability to revisit this at any time. If you want to let's say we project the $7.5 million that we talked about. If there's a need to get 10 at the time, to do more at the time, you can do that. So this is you're not committing this future. This is a plan for the future, and this allows us to begin coming behind with the master plan for the project implementation as well. So I don't want you to think this is your only crack at it, and certainly it should be looked at every so many years to see how we're progressing.
Commissioner Myers.
I did share some comments already with everyone, but I do want to follow up in a public forum with them. I think we are really moving ahead in the right direction. I do want to encourage us or the manager's office or so whoever does this, that we make public the tiering that we're looking at. As someone who looked from the outside at the SPLOST tiering all the time, right now the agenda report in this item, it doesn't have the tiering on it that we're discussing. So, we really can't get public comment because it's not there. I think those assumptions that Manager Williams shared with us are really great assumptions that should be clear. That would be good to share with the public as well, so that they would be able to follow these discussions more. I did also ask Manager Williams something concerning my predecessor. Commissioner Herod had brought up the point about with the space modernization, we'll be moving things around and might be able to free up some real estate, and that would bring in funds. And considering the different debts, additional debt we're looking at, if we could have any more information on that, that would be really, really helpful. I'm particularly feeling positive about this because, some of the projects that I am most concerned about with the renewable energy and the East Side Library and Youth Center are being addressed early. And I'm greatly appreciative of that. As I served on the SPLOST 2005. This is for the public as much as anyone. And the 2011, I did not serve on the 2020, but I was there watching the citizens who were choosing. And that first project that they all agreed on, and there was nothing else included, was that East Side Library. The youth center came much later, so I'm really excited that that's up there in the beginning. And concerning the renewable energy, I do want to mention some things again on that, simply because I don't think I've said them in a public forum for the public, is that, there has been discussion in past meetings about whether or not the new big projects had money for the renewable energy goals in them. And I did clarify with Manager Williams that we have lead goals in there, but the renewable energy are just a sort of a minimal standard you need for to get the lead certification, but there's a lot more that could be done. So that wasn't built into the numbers that we've been looking at for our three big projects. Likewise, I mentioned the Community Advisory Board, and I hope that they'll be coming through with buckets, specific project recommendations, just as the Athens in Motion came forward with them for the buckets of money that are available for pedestrian and bike projects. And the last thing I wanted to say was that, and just to reiterate again as much for the public, is that we do have this plan that's being put together, and it should have, if I'm looking at the wording of the project itself, the renewable energy project, it refers to an array of projects, but also as those approved in this sustainability plan. And that's something that we should be getting. And I know I mentioned that before, but I think it's just important to clarify that. And that's all I have. And I'm really glad that the Vincent Drive sidewalk is early too. Thanks, Commissioner Denson, for your efforts in that.
Mayor, I don't want to get ahead of Commissioner Wright, but may I respond to?
Please.
Yes. So thank you. I think those are great comments. And so there were some things, some projects that you gave us feedback on that you wanted to see earlier in the program. And I heard comments from several of y'all, politically, this is what our residents expect. And so SPLOST, we did come back with a different program that did imagine that extra $7.5 million of borrowing. I think you're right, though. It would be helpful to you and the residents to be able to see that. And so I will commit to going ahead and attaching it to the agenda item. However, I want to ask this. That would be, so we don't confuse and we have multiple versions coming in and out of that agenda item, that $7.5 million will serve as the recommendation. And then any further discussions that you have about changing it, we will work with y'all and give you all the information. But if you want to change it, it would be a CDO. And that way the public knows, okay, here's the new baseline, if you will. They can react to it. And any subsequent changes, y'all can work together and with staff, and we'll make sure it all works. That makes sense. The second item you brought up, and we can go further into this, but on the property. So for instance, the Cooperative Extension building was a building that we no longer inhabit on West Broad because we have a new building. And the fire station out there at the corner of Mitchell Bridge and Atlanta Highway, we don't occupy that anymore. When you free up a piece of property like that and you go to sell it, it can go back to SPLOST or it can go to the general fund. It is up to you. I know that the budgets were running tight, and so there was some discussion with the commission, and may have even been approved that if the projects ran short, then we would reimburse SPLOST with those funds. I will say, if we're talking about, and let me be clear about this, y'all have always been consistent about wanting to, as part of that facilities modernization, consolidate out of these old energy inefficient buildings and put those back on for redevelopment. That's been a common theme that y'all had that helped to drive your support for that. Those, even if the facilities modernization is front loaded, you'll have to build the Judicial Center, and then once the existing courthouse is vacated, you'll have to renovate the courthouse. So you might be talking 4 or 5 years into the future before those properties go on the market. We don't know what the real estate is market at the time. And what I would suggest is that we not too tightly program those funds, with those variables out into the future, but just hold those as sort of extra resources at the time that you could bring to bear if you needed. You also mentioned LEED, and that is correct. I think a past commission had approved the LEED standard. We began to question, there was no question that we should be pursuing those types of design alterations to increase efficiency. But for LEED itself, there was a little bit of a steep price in having to, when you apply for it. And the commission a few years ago, those of you that are on here, I think balked at, why are we paying for that when we could adopt a different, less expensive certification when we just want to make the buildings energy efficient. We don't care about the plaque on the wall. And so I think that got taken up in one of the standing committees, and actually is still, has come back and is right now in process with LRC, which will be taken up here pretty soon. And then I would just say at the very end here on your comments, when we'll post this project tiering schedule tomorrow, and then I would urge folks to on our website, if you just Google Athens-Clarke County SPLOST 2020 project descriptions, those project descriptions are really important because that's what the SPLOST, that's what the voters approved, number one. And number two, that's what the SPLOST Oversight Committee looks at when they concepts come forward to them and they say, okay, does this meet that standard? So as people, A, if you want more definition, please go there. But B, if you're really questioning, well, why couldn't we do this or why couldn't we do that? Those project descriptions are very helpful. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Manager Williams. I think Commissioner Wright was next.
Thank you. And Manager Williams touched on the topic, the property, because we had talked about in the perfect example that he brought up, the cooperative extension property on Broad Street. I sure would like to see a big for sale sign out there in front of that. I think that when it comes time to assemble the property list, that gives us an idea of what a property would be worth. That's one that we should have already moved onto the what do you want to call it, the sale block or something like that. If we don't have a purpose for that, I think we've not. Anyway, so I just want to make sure that that's not dropped off as being followed up on, because we do have a lot of money, it seems like, going out, and that's good money that needs to come back into the pot.
It may be coming to a meeting very, very soon.
Ooh, all right. I like the head nods on that topic. So maybe you're saying the for sale sign's not needed for this sort of thing to always happen?
Just hold tight. And, discussion is soon to commence.
Okay. All right. I will try to be patient. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else on SPLOST? Commissioner Houle.
I just wanted to share that I think that staff and Manager Williams are owed a huge thanks for going through multiple extremely complex iterations of this. So I just want to, on the record, thank you all for the work that y'all have done, because this has been as arduous as it's been for us. I imagine it's been arduous and frantic for y'all. So appreciate it.
And I would say particularly true for Robert Cheshire, who's coming into a new organization just after passage of SPLOST. So talk about drinking from a fire hose, or 11 fire hoses.
Well, I appreciate that, Commissioner Houle, but I also want to thank all of y'all. Y'all have asked some really good, tough questions, which have made it's making for a better product, quite frankly.
I do want to note for this body and for members of the public that we do have a SPLOST 2020 Oversight Committee that is ready to be formed. And so this body that I'm about to announce is next order of business will be determining an ideal meeting calendar for them. And that is Laura Carter, Francis Berry, Adam Shirley, Sarah Beresford, Jennifer Zwern, Jim Weck, Denny Gallus, Shannon Wilder, Shane Blackwell, and Marilyn Wolf-Regatz. So anyhow, great group, and we really appreciate those residents' willingness to put in some unpaid hours for the fine people of this community. All right, ready to move on, everybody? All right, and thanks, Manager Williams, for posting that. That's meaningful to me as well. All right, item 11 is the AXONservices and Equipment Contract Extension regarding the cameras and electronic devices, generically thought of as tasers. We, of course, had a work session last week, and so interested in any follow-up thoughts. Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. I did appreciate the work session last week. A lot of the questions, particularly that were raised by some of my fellow commissioners around the taser half of this contract. I feel very, I guess you could say like confident in our ability as a body in the years that come to make investments in our community that help allay some of the underlying animating causes of public safety concerns in our community that give rise to uses of force and necessitate a substantial investment in things like tasers, particularly with the work to come with our police task force. I'm forgetting the acronym right now, but that has been recently composed of community members and folks with expertise in looking at public safety holistically in our community. And so I hesitate for that reason to what I perceive as invest too much into an area of like capital investment where we may in 5 years discover that due to our hard work and the way that we've invested in our communities, invested in the people that we represent, that level of use of force and level of preparedness for, violent interactions in our community is no longer necessary. And so I and Commissioner Myers are hoping to work on a CDO for a shorter contract for the particularly for the tasers, some 2 to 3 years for a combined contract, or if possible, like separating it out where there's the 5-year contract for the body cams and then a shorter 2 to 3 contract for the CEDs together. Whatever, we're still working through what that's going to look like. But I wouldn't want to, in short, I wouldn't want to saddle us with more force than is necessary if we are successful in our work in the coming years of making those community investments that drive down the need for that level of force. And so I just wanted to articulate that work that's going to be done in the next couple of weeks. That's it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Myers.
I'll follow up on that since Commissioner Parker mentioned my name, and we had a good conversation on this the other day while I was walking up and down hills. Thank you, Commissioner Parker, for that. And I want to say, too, that I am in support of really listening to our police department, but I'm also in support of listening to our community. And the reason, my reasoning and thinking of whether or not there could be a shorter contract either for both of them or for the taser part is with the hopes that we would have a larger community discussion about our public safety and the use of force in the community, and that we would look at these things as a group. And so we wouldn't be backing ourselves into corners that we had this 5-year contract when we might find out that, for example, we only needed 200 tasers. And I'm just making up these numbers now. I do want to respect the police department and the work that they do, but I do think that the events of the last year make it clear that we want to have a community conversation. And so I'm trying to sort of think of a way where we can be respectful of the police department and their needs while also being respectful of the need of the community to have this broader discussion of the use of force. So that's a little bit on my background on what I'm thinking.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple questions, then I'll try to keep my remarks brief. Manager Williams, did I understand correctly from the work session that we have 3 years remaining on our current contract with Axon for the body cams?
I need to go back and look at that, Commissioner Hull. I know the tasers is expiring. So I'd have to look at the body cams.
Okay. Sorry to put you on the spot here. I know I try to usually send my questions to you ahead of time, and I didn't do that today, so I apologize that there's been a couple that you weren't prepared to answer as a result. But if I'm remembering correctly, I think we have 3 years remaining on the body cam contract, which kind of makes me hesitant to do what I was initially in favor of back in December, which is to sign a longer contract for just the body cams. It seems kind of unnecessary at this point, unless there's some other cost savings to be gained. And so I guess I'm curious also, and this I'm guessing is something you'd have to look into, Manager Williams, if my colleagues put forth a CDO for a shorter amount of time, would we see the same cost savings for a shorter length of time in combining the two? Or is the impetus for sort of pursuing this in the first place, which is cost savings, kind of lost if the contract is a shorter period?
Well, and I'm sure, generally companies like, if you give them a longer agreement, they'll give you more incentive. I think that that is certainly an alternative. We will go and discuss with the company. The 330,000, I think it was, is over the 5-year life, so it would be something less than that. I don't know if it's as simple as a pro rata, savings, but we'll certainly find that out.
Thank you, Manager.
Thanks. Go ahead, Commissioner Thornton.
I'm going to follow up with Commissioner Hull's question. I did have some concerns about the cost and the length. As Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Myers work on this, is it possible that you can get that information to them? I think that is a big difference for me, is cost-wise, and if there's a savings. So do you think, Manager Williams, that you could get that information to the two commissioners contemplating a CDO?
Yes, ma'am. And what we'll do, just like each time, we'll capture all these questions and we'll provide you responses to all commissioners, but certainly Commissioners Myers and Parker as they develop the CDO. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for that. And yeah, the ability to pin down what a cost savings may be at sort of a smaller time increment, whether that's a 2 or 3 year horizon, I think will be helpful. And obviously, we need to engage with the vendor to understand what their willingness is to provide that. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. Item number 9, page 4 of the agenda item speaks to the proposal provided requires an action before the end of 2020. That Axon has signaled an increase in base cost starting January 2021. So when you're reaching out to Axon, would you confirm if we're still in what's in the agenda price?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Yeah, they are holding their price. The police staff has explained to them some of the hesitation, but that'll be another answer we'll give you is, how long they're willing to hold that for, as well as sort of a gradation of extension on the taser. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any others? Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I understand that the older models that our officers are relying upon are liable to falter, and I don't think we want to be relying upon devices that are likely to fail. I think this kind of gets into a broader discussion of what we want to be doing longer term and whether these devices are part of that longer term vision. And that's a huge part of why I'm hesitant to lock us into a long contract. For me, there are a lot of lingering questions about the safety and the effectiveness of tasers generally, especially newer models. And I hesitate to rely upon claims from the company itself without digging into other studies or expert opinions. And there's a fair amount of concerning information about tasers generally, and with Axon, the company who's essentially got a monopoly on these devices in the United States. So beyond that American Public Media report I shared previously, I plan to share in the coming days some more information and resources that I can gather up with y'all. And I would like to follow up with any of y'all who may share an interest in discussing this matter further. But in short, my concerns about tasers are threefold. They're expensive, they're potentially ineffective. I just feel like we need more information on that to really know, especially with the newer models. And they may also serve to reinforce or further enable an approach to crisis response that I think relies upon too few first responders with too few resources. And so ultimately, I'm concerned that despite the claims by the manufacturer, tasers fail to keep safe both residents in crisis and responding officers. And so I'm very disinclined to lock us into a 5-year contract, might be interested in something much shorter, depending on the specifics of it. But, we're talking about something that's to the tune of over $500,000 per year. And I think that there may be more effective avenues that we should likely invest in, or at least research and consider, for providing public safety and crisis response resources that are likely to lead to better outcomes for everyone involved. So thanks, y'all.
Thanks, Commissioner. And just clarifying that the 500 and change is for both devices together, the cameras and the tasers. So Commissioner Myers?
A real easy question to follow up in that report. I know about sidewalks and costs, but I know nothing about public safety costs. Manager Williams, can you just, for perspective, share with us when you send this stuff what we what we pay for guns? I have no idea what we for other weapons that we're using, our lethal force. Just to have a little bit of a perspective there.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any others? Yeah, Commissioner Houle.
And I guess one more question for the manager, if you could look into this, is what's the expected life cycle of these devices? Because I feel like we're kind of locking ourselves into a built-in obsolescence situation if we keep relying upon this tool, where they get increasingly expensive and tend to not stay good for very long. So I'd just like to know how long we expect these models to actually stay effective for if we do purchase them.
We'll respond to that. Thank you, sir.
Do want to let everybody know that in terms of following up on our discussion from last Thursday, penciled in Thursday, February 18th for our sort of bigger, kind of wider lens conversation about force. So again, that's Thursday, February 18th. And for members of the public, we also have penciled in our next quarterly retreat, which is the 11th and 12th of February, that Thursday and Friday during the day.
And Mayor, if I might, appreciate some of the comments that you shared with me regarding this past work session. I know I haven't spoken to all of you, and I think there was some real desire to talk more broadly about policing, not just about tasers, and we had that conversation. I think that this really opens that this was the beginning of a conversation that needs to go on. And our thoughts, just so that our expectations are all in line for this February 18th meeting, is that we'll have the police come and start with their strategic plan, talk about how they go about the policing, and to show you what the various initiatives are that they're working towards. And I think that'll be very helpful for you from a budgeting standpoint, and as you talk about different interventions that you'd like to see. So that's our aim for February 18th, and we I will also be responding to all of y'all, doing some active listening, and we're going to say what we thought we heard you wanted to talk about at the work session as well. And that'll be forthcoming in the next week or so. And by the way, too, it was just last Thursday. Staff captured a lot of your other questions about tasers. So a follow-up report will come from that meeting alone about tasers and next steps and things of that nature, in addition to whatever you discussed tonight.
Thanks, Manager. All right. Item number 12 is the SPLOST 2020 Professional Design and Construction administrative services contract for the Classic Center Arena. I know there's some questions about the nature of public outreach, and I think there's been an email that went to everybody that outlined the draft of 4 public input sessions, as well as the kind of things that would happen in the context of any design services contract. So any questions about this item? Commissioner Link.
I just wanted to note that from what I can tell, the contractor that's been selected for this design work is the same firm that designed the African American Cultural and History Museum in DC, which is exciting. They did a beautiful job. Anybody who's ever been to that museum, it's really, really, the content is stunning, but the building itself is really magnificent. So I'm really looking forward to those public input meetings and seeing how this firm interprets the input from our community. You know, I know that building has a lot of symbolism just in the structure of the building itself. So it'll be interesting to see how they interpret the symbolism and values of our community. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thanks, Commissioner. That's interesting. I appreciate that connection. I was just in that building, I think January, just pre-COVID.
It's really magnificent.
It is astounding. Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I think it was because of me that we delayed this. And I do want to just say that I feel like we're on the right place, going in the right place with tiering. And so I'll feel good about supporting this at the same time as we get to a decision on the tiering. And like Commissioner Link said, I did look at stuff with the company and was really impressed by the work they did. They've done on a bunch of different projects, and their work on a lot of really sustainable projects in different areas. And hopefully I'll be talking to the Classic City Director, Paul Kramer, more about this. He's meeting with me as a new commissioner. And I had the chance to talk to him about a year ago about the 100% initiative here, which I know I'm like a broken record on this, but you know, that's why I'm on here. But that I will talk with him more about that in terms of the Classic Center Arena when I meet with him later this week. So I am thankful for the work they did, and I do want to mention that the Classic Center has really tried to work on sustainability issues already and spent a whole bunch of money looking into energy efficiency with the present Classic Center that they've already gone through this whole energy audit program and initiated a lot of different changes in their infrastructure that help them be as energy efficient as possible. So I did want to recognize that as well. Thank you.
Mayor, it's Ovita.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just going to also thank Paul Kramer and the Classic Center for their efforts. I think most of the things that this commission has asked of the Classic Center, they have tried to do, even though we might have some differences of opinion about on some things, which is normal to have, you can't agree on everything. But I do want to applaud them for their efforts. Most of the people do not even know how much they did during the COVID. We're still in COVID, but I'm glad that we're moving forward together. And I wanted to say publicly how much I appreciate their efforts and their work and accomplishments too. And I'll look to Carol to feed me in on that meeting. Okay, that's your area of expertise.
Thanks for that, Commissioner. And you're right. They really have pivoted like so many have this year. They, of course, served as, for many months, the assembly facility site for BioPlanet, manufacturer here that's expanded their ranks considerably and just had a ribbon cutting at their facility in Commissioner Hoole's district on Old Monroe Road today, where they're a couple hundred people putting together some cutting edge equipment, utilizing technology that was developed right here on campus at UGA, and creating safer spaces in cruise liners and on public transit vehicles and in structured buildings with great equipment assembled by some local folks making good money over there. So the Classic Center was an important bridge for that project. Any further questions about the professional services contract? All right, we're going to move on to new business. Number 13 is an extension of the conservation easement at the Rock and Shoals outcrop natural area. For those members of the public or members of the commission that haven't visited there, there really are some stunning plants and lichen and rock specimens on this property that's off Barnett Shoals Road, relatively near the corner of Whit Davis Road. And there's an existing conservation easement that is poised for expansion to include some more of those very delicate species. So any questions about this item? Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we could arrange a visit to the site. I was unable to make it when we had one a couple years ago. And I know we've got new commissioners on board, and I know that like spring peeper season is coming up. It might be fun to go then. And I was told that it's a great place to view some peepers.
Absolutely. I think that's an excellent idea. And I've been out there with a DNR wildlife biologist, and it's pretty fascinating ecosystem that I think you'd all really enjoy. So we can set that up for sure.
That would be awesome.
And Mayor, if I might just talk more broadly, Mayor Gertz and I have been, there's different groups. I think certainly with the pandemic, people have really formed a very close association with outside, and all of the forethought and commitment that this government and the previous mayor and commissions put towards acquiring, large tracts of green space. We have a lot of property out there that we're trying to manage, and Rock and Shoals is one. Right next to that is the Cedar Creek Water Reclamation Facility, which has hundreds of acres. And some of you, Commissioner Davenport, y'all have asked me questions about that. Of course, Mr. Hull, we talked about Beach Haven in your district. There was a master planning effort with Tallassee. I do know about 5 years ago that Leisure Services was interested in this broad master plan of all the leisure facilities to try to see how you balance all the things that folks want to see. And we deferred on that at the time, but Mayor Gertz and I were talking recently with an advocacy group about perhaps putting in the budget this year a plan for all of these green spaces that we have, because we do have some competing voices out there. We have ecological folks who want to preserve it for those purposes, and then we have folks that we have some passive recreation that wants to be discussed. And Commissioner Hull, this won't hold up the master planning effort for Beach Haven, but we're suggesting that rather than look at each property separately and by itself, you really kind of need to consider what you have across the spectrum and let all those advocacy folks come together and talk about how these properties can be used in full view of you, who will ultimately make the decision. And then it has to be resourced appropriately. We've got property that needs to be managed, needs to be tended to. As you pointed out, Commissioner Hull and others, Beach Haven has competing uses, and we don't really have anybody out there to police it. Not to, that's the wrong term probably to use tonight, but to help govern what happens out there and the use of the property. So that's just a long-term telegraph that there might be a budget item in the budget this year to try to do some long-term planning for these various properties that we own. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Manager Williams. Any further questions on Rock and Shoals? Commissioner Myers.
I just have a question. This is an agreement with to develop this, what is it, with the jointly developed with the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. I'm wondering if, and I guess that's something you guys all worked on last year, but is this something where the Georgia Department of Natural Resources will be budgeting some money for will that help with us sort of taking care or overseeing this property? And then the second thing is that I have no idea how to do this, but is this something that we're all in agreement and can move to the consent agenda?
All right, consent. Beautiful. All right.
I think
Gene.
Manager Williams was saying something but muted.
Go ahead, Manager Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner Hull. If you give me just a few seconds here, I think a visual would be really good for you and the public to answer Mr. Meyer's question. So let me share this real quick.
And Mayor, while we're waiting for Blaine to pull that up, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
And Blaine, and maybe we were told this before, but I know when we first got this, that we were trying to tie in the purchase of this with some grant funding, matching funds, that we can get grant funding through the state of Georgia through a program. Were we able to get that so that part of this was paid for by the state through that program?
I believe so, Mr. Denson, and I'll go back and let me answer this, and this will help tell you why I'm not quite sure. So the DNR, Georgia Department of Natural Resources, owns this 36 acres to the north. And then what you most recently bought or approved the purchase of is right here. The subject of the request for the conservation easement is this 22 acres, which was acquired back in the early 2000s. So it's sort of it's the middle of the sandwich here between the two. And DNR would love for there to be some consistency of the use of the property. So they are very much in favor of this. Mr. Myers, this does not come with extra resources from them to manage the property that we own. But Mike Wharton, our sustainability officer, we do coordinate activities out there. When they're coming, there's a joint discussion and priorities between the several properties that we try to coordinate on. And Mr. Denson, I will verify. I do believe we were able to take advantage of that grant funding for the July 2020 acquisition of this 71 acres, but I'll verify that.
Good question. Anything further? Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, this is sort of tangential, but just when we're talking about that master planning process down the road for, parks and leisure and wild spaces in general, I just ask that we include any agreements we have had with or do have with partner organizations that can help us out with some of that maintenance and operation. So that maybe we can kind of understand more fully how many hands are going into different places, and also maybe consider whether we want to ask some of those organizations to help out elsewhere or shift some of their priorities a bit. I know like UOWN and SORBA are a couple that come to mind, but I'm sure that there are many, many more. And so just having all that included with the staff resources would be very helpful.
Good point, Commissioner. We benefit a great deal from volunteerism here. Trails at Memorial Park have a long time adopted parentage. SORBA, obviously at Trail Creek. I mean, so many folks who are getting out there on their own, sometimes notably, sometimes not so much. And thanks to all of you Athenians who can get out there week in, week out.
The Weed Warriors.
Weed Warriors, that's right. All right, this one's heading to consent, and we're going to move on to item number 14, which is the Riverbend Road Sidewalk Improvement. And I know Commissioner Edwards has been working on this, and so I'm just going to ask you, Commissioner, to kick off conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm talked to the manager and Commissioner Williams today about what you see in your agenda packet. I have, some looming questions about some information we got in our last work session about this project that detailed various costs. And the Athens in Motion Committee suggested that we go with a concept, and seems they made that recommendation largely in part over the recommendation by UGA. they sort of came back to us and said that they preferred certain concepts, didn't prefer others. And so this concept that staff is moving forward with in this recommendation is to put a sidewalk that costs about $1.8 million, 5 feet wide from Riverbend Parkway to College Station. But in our same work session packet, there's a concept that only costs $1.4 million. But that one's not preferred by UGA. As the attorney pointed out, we can't condemn or execute eminent domain on state property. So we're trying to figure out, okay, what does this preferred mean by UGA? Is it a yes or a no? And so the manager is going to give me some of that information as we move forward to adoption in February. And one other point, I had originally envisioned this project to really be a transportation network plan connecting College Station and Millage. But some of these cost numbers, we just simply have to work them out based on what UGA prefers or doesn't prefer or will allow or won't allow. So we're sort of waiting on that. But thinking about how we're going to move forward, at least with the sidewalk on College Station to Riverbend, I've also been talking with Commissioner Williams had this bright idea to have a small section of multi-use path that would connect the Lakeside Drive apartments to Millage Avenue. It's about 600 feet of the tail end of Riverbend that does tie into Millage, where there's a lot of multifamily and a lot of users potentially. And the road narrows there, so there's not an optimal space for bikes anyway, so it makes sense to have a multi-use path there. So we're waiting for some information from management on that proposal too. So we're working on a CDO.
I think you mentioned Commissioner Williams. I think, were you referring to Commissioner Wright?
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
Myers.
Commissioner Myers. Just a little detail there.
That's right.
Everything else I said was correct.
Right. So I do see Commissioner Wright's hand. All right, I'm going to turn it over to you.
I was trying to figure out who he was talking about as well, but that's okay. Carol has been misnamed twice already in tonight's meeting. But if you'll loop me in on that, I think this is the where our two districts, you have one side of the road and I have the other. So keep me posted on that, because I do believe the priority for making sure that the sidewalk is indeed connecting the concentration of residential, so that we're not spending a good bit of money in a tract that is not getting that pedestrian traffic to the bus stops. So if you'll keep me in the loop on that, so that I'm not asking similar questions out, we can team up on that inquiry.
Yes.
But I am pleased with the section that has been detailed to move forward, getting to College Station Road, because if you guys haven't seen all the parking spots, the park and ride area that has been put in by UGA where our water reclamation used to be, that field, this is providing the least expensive parking spot for campus people. And then, so somebody who might be parking there is then going to be at the light and potentially walking over this way for the different buildings. But anyway, the connectivity over there is happening. It's positive, and this is a good section to continue that. But I do understand, and I appreciate all the work that's happened since the last time I saw it, to define it and literally to the concentrated areas of heavy traffic.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, this project, bridges me from my Athens in Motion to this commission seat and for District 8. The Athens in Motion, we actually had 2 sessions on this where we spent about almost an hour each time talking about it because it was so complicated. And anything that the manager's office can get us about the comment about the not preferred by UGA, as Commissioner Edwards and I discussed, I didn't know if that, like when we didn't know in the Athens in Motion, does that mean not preferred or we're not going to let you do it? And what are the consequences? And Athens in Motion, in making its decision, really was limited by that not preferred section in there to make its recommendation for the sidewalk project 3. And just to be clear, there is a UGA contribution coming here, but I believe it's about $120,000, which in the budgets for sidewalks is, as you guys all know, but maybe the public doesn't know, is a very small little drop in there. So that was a big decision about this. I did bring up the fact to Commissioner Edwards about the far end of this with the multifamily, which I think is mostly student housing, that's just a little bit way off of millage. And one of the things I did bring to his attention was that the Millage Avenue bike projects are suggested as a tier 1 project. All of actually Millage Avenue were for bikes as separated facilities. So in that case, when we get this big win from the federal government for our bike pedestrian plan, because we're so ahead and we'll be ready for this federal money, that we can get all of Millage Avenue done with separated bike facilities and put all those utilities underground, just like many of you commissioners would like. I think that's more reason to connect that fairly large multifamily student complex right off of Millage with Millage. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any others? All right, we will discuss this further February 2nd. All right, moving on to item 15, which is a sanitary sewer connection agreement for the Hallmark Mobile Home Park on Spring Valley Road, very, very large mobile home park. And this mirrors an agreement that we forged either last year or the prior with the 2 mobile home parks somewhat north of here off Highway 29, Pine Woods and Country Corners. So any questions about this item? Everybody fine with this on consent? All right. We'll circle this and we'll move this to consent, Gene. All right. Item 16 is the Memorial Park Sewer Replacement Project and Dog Park Upgrade. So poop on the ground and poop underground. Input on this, Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, and it's all going downhill. Literally over there. This is an exciting project. I really like it when we get a double department benefit with this sort of thing. The terrain over there, the road where they're going to be able to access the new dog park. Woodland Hills is named that for a reason. It's very hilly over there. But the terrain to park in Memorial Park and get to the dog park, you have to, it's not for people with limited mobility. And so, Manager Williams, I was hoping that when this moves forward and gets more details to it, if you could look into the ability to have maybe 1 or 2 handicap parking spots on our property, so that when someone does drive in Woodland Hills to access the dog park, that they might be able to have that level entrance there, now that we're going to have the back opening to the dog park. And this dog park has been loved to death, like so many of our facilities. And so it's going to get worse before it gets better, because we do have limited off-leash areas in our part of town, since the intramural fields don't have their dog area. But anyway, it's an exciting project. And if I'd like for it to be on consent if others are also agreeable to it being straightforward. And I'll just get those other questions answered to the side.
Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I'm fine with it being on consent. I just had a question on the financing. Is that just out of curiosity, is some of the money for that coming from legal services as well? Is this a split funding?
No, Commissioner Myers, I believe this is all public utilities. And I do appreciate Commissioner Wright's comments, because this is a great example where staff is collaborating together to see if something better could be done. To some degree, the property has to be put back, wherever they do this, and this would only be a nominal increase of funds. And it also, preserves their access for maintenance in the future too, and eliminates some aerial spans. It's just a win-win. But this is all public utilities department money. And just as a follow-on to our next item, a lot of these funds are being, some of you remarked on some of the funds in the public utilities budgets, but we're not borrowing these funds. This is money that we've had on hand that the ratepayers have paid. So we're not having to pay interest. And so this $2 million for this estimated project, which will create a better amenity as well, is all being funded from the budgets of public utilities.
Thanks for that question and response. All right. Everybody good with this on consent? All right, perfect. All right, we are moving on to item number 17, which is the financial element of the 2020 Public Utilities Service Delivery Plan. We, of course, had a work session presentation on this, and there was conversation at that meeting about a commission-defined option that may, I guess what I would define as balancing the increases over multiple years, given that we decided to forego an increase in fees this year. Further discussion? Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, I was just curious if we had updates in addition to that about just how the public may be notified about whatever plan we adopt. I know we had discussed that a little bit in the work session as well.
I believe that it will be online, and we can. The service delivery plan itself is something that we can share and transmit. As far as the projected rate increases, this is just a projection, that everything is built on. Any rate increases have to be approved by the mayor and commission each ensuing year. So I know I went a little bit further than you asked, but I wanted to make that clear. And I do want to say too, y'all asked a lot of good questions the other night. We are compiling those responses, and we'll have those to you shortly. We are also looking at how to layer that in across several years. And I will say that, to your point, Commissioner Houle, a lot of this stuff isn't very intuitive. People may not understand the impacts of some of these things. And I will say, when y'all, cut the customer service fee in half last year and did not raise any rates, you saved the ratepayers about $5 million. And we talked about that, and people understand that. We'll also be sharing some information with you that, again, may not be as intuitive. And this is some data that staff shared with me. But do you remember changing the tier rates of the water structure? So, the tier rates were put in some years ago to help promote conservation. And we're going to share some data with you that shows when you relax the tiers slightly, that there was some financial benefit to the ratepayers of all incomes, where more usage, as opposed to being paid in tier 4, was actually distributed in the lower tiers. So there are some other savings too that's not readily apparent to all of you, and we'll share this with you, but I just wanted to bring that up. That is part of the story as well, but we're still working on what you've asked.
Thank you, Manager Williams. Yeah, I guess I'd just be, I don't know how much sense it makes to add it to the CDO or something, but just be curious my colleagues' thoughts on whether it makes sense to try to give notice of the projected rate increases over the coming years, just to help kind of get out ahead of people otherwise receiving a notice once per year and feeling like they're surprised year after year by it. I think it's easy for people to be pleasantly surprised by the news that the rate's going down. And so I'm just, thinking it might be good to get out ahead of letting people know that it may go up. And then perhaps augmenting that with some kind of well put together, either, paper outline that goes in the mailer or a video on the website or something that could lay out the really good reasonings for doing this. I guess what I'm getting at here is that we all get a series of work sessions and discussions where we really understand why this makes a lot of sense, but the vast majority of the people who are paying their water bill are probably just going to get a notice that it's going up and see it's going up. And if there's some way we can get ahead of helping them understand why it's a good idea. Or if my colleagues feel like that's unnecessary, then that's fine too.
Commissioner Edwards.
I think that's a good idea to just include some information explaining why there's going to be a rate increase. I would hesitate to project too far in advance. I wouldn't want to lock us into something that might be untenable should our infrastructure need unforeseen investment.
I agree that I think it's good for the community to understand that there's a planning and projection process that we have to work kind of under a multi-year horizon, looking out ahead, like any organization or any business. And to the extent that any part of the government is a business, this really is one. You've got a fee for service arrangement, and a lot of stuff and people to pay for. So I think that's generally understood. And I think referencing that there is this deeper plan is helpful. So Commissioner Houle, Commissioner Edwards, I appreciate that a bunch. I'm going to circle back to Commissioner Denson.
Hey, Mayor, I was basically going to say what you ended up saying. Like, I'm definitely happy with us putting in some kind of materials there. But like Manager Williams brought up, this is not, I just don't want people to get confused and look at that thing and say, well, my percentage ended up going up 5% in 2027. I have this paper from 8 years ago that says it was only going to go up 3%. And so, I mean, I'm fine with us putting it in there, but making sure it's very clear that this is not, because I think some people can sometimes just look at a thing in their bill, right? I mean, you don't have a lot of time to read very thoroughly through. My eyes always kind of go to the tables and the numbers. How much is my bill going up? And so I just want to make sure that we're careful with that. But I'm totally fine with that as long. I'm sure staff can pull that off. So that's the whole team.
And I will add that I think there are plans for like a summary booklet brochure within a month of the approval, and then there, video is something we're increasingly going to as a platform to make things that are difficult a little more understandable.
Thanks, Manager Williams. Anyone else before I circle back to Commissioner Houle? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, this is really encouraging. I guess I'll also clarify that laying out the table with the specific numbers doesn't seem essential to me. So it could just be kind of a general reference that rates may go up again in future years for the following reasons, to kind of avoid that receipt factor that people might have and won't actually, that we can't actually honor. And I guess I would also say if we're going to do some kind of video, I'd love for that to be completed so it can be referenced in the mailer before the mailer goes out, just so there's kind of that tie-in there. I know that may mean for a very quick turnaround time. I'm not sure if that's feasible, but insofar as it is feasible, I think that would be good. So.
Thanks. Anybody else? All right. So some work obviously is still to be done on this, so it'll stay on new business. All right. Item 18. This was the parting gift from former Commissioner Harrod, policies for naming of streets and public places in Athens-Clarke County. Anybody like to make comment about this? Commissioner Parker.
Thank you. I just want to express excitement that this is moving forward. I've had a lot of interest in around the Carriage Lane area for the renaming of that street in honor of Dumpa that was killed in a tragic act of gun violence in recent years. And they've very dedicatedly put together a petition and gotten, I think, 2,000 signatures on that to help, provide the supporting documentation for that name change. And so I've been in contact with some of the petition organizers regularly about, where are we with getting our new policy up in place? Because they're very, they sense there's a sense of urgency for, honoring her legacy. And so I'm excited that this is moving forward so that we can kind of give them the thumbs up and some direction for what further documentation they may need to make that happen. So just wanted to thank GOC for getting this going so we can get that done. Thank you.
Commissioner Link. You're muted, Commissioner.
Sorry. I'm excited to see this too. So we have some clear parameters and we're not just kind of winging it. I will point out that the requirements for naming a street are a little bit more stringent than others because you have folks who have their actual addresses changed. So we're requiring that 75% of the people who live on that street sign off on it. And we have different levels of requirement based on basically the size of the amenity, whether it's a park or a building or a room in a building or like a pavilion at a park. We did also face the question of the number of signatures and how feasible it was to get them when you have some facilities that are more rural and you don't have as many people living around them. We have this 1 mile radius requirement. So we took into account that where you have a particular number or 1/3 of the total. So I feel like we covered our bases in making it feasible for some of these renamings, but set some standards by which there's clear community interest and desire for these renamings.
Thanks for that, Commissioner. Commissioner Myers, Thornton, and Denson.
I just also want to say thank you to the Government Operations Committee and to my predecessor, Commissioner Harrod, for the work on this. This is one of the meetings I listened to in the fall while I was probably doing some work around the kitchen. And I was thinking, this is the nitty gritty of local government and the kind of thought that went into all of these policies. It's not sexy, but it is something that responds to the needs of our community and gives people a way to recognize other people, like Commissioner Parker referred to there. So I am thankful for all the work there. I did want to ask all of you who put this together about the one section on the business naming policy. And it says where naming rights are purchased for a corporate entity, the naming rights shall be limited to no longer than the life of the corporate entity. Is this part of the policy, which I did not hear a discussion on when I was listening in? Is this something that would apply to, for example, I think there's a corporate funding for the Classic Center Arena that was tied to naming. Is this a policy that would apply to something like that? Just for clarification.
I'll answer that. I believe that was kind of almost specifically what was in mind. When you do have some facilities that have some corporate interest in naming and would be an extremely generous contributor to the the building of that facility.
Hello, we're discussing this name right now.
Does the manager have anything to add there?
I think one of the things that was discussed was related to good evening, everybody. By the way, was related to when a company changes its name or is no longer. Should we still bear that name as well? So I think that was one of the pieces as well.
It's helpful, Josh.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for that.
Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Denson, I'll circle back to Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this truly was the nitty gritty, and well, definitely the commissioners on GOC did a lot of work and did great stuff. I got to thank Assistant Manager Edwards and Ken Kilpatrick and Brad Griffin also for kind of really compiling some great stuff, taking our recommendations, coming back, and I think getting it's a complex policy, but I think it's complex because it has to fit so many different kinds of potential things that are brought forward from our citizenry here. I think we kind of covered all of our bases, kind of like Commissioner Link said. And just like the clarify for the public and stuff, not only is this like for street renaming, but a lot of it goes into our leisure services facilities, all the way down to honestly, like if somebody wanted to name a park bench, like, all the way down to that level. And really is putting a policy in place, because my understanding why this really brought forward is we didn't have a very clear set policy, and that was putting a lot of stress on staff and departments for having to figure out how to move forward and how to bring this to us. And there was just no real policy there. And they made the possibility of playing favorites with certain citizens and stuff, what was brought forward. So I'm proud of this, and I look forward to people in our community bringing some things forward for us to consider.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, I had to step away. I'm glad the policy will clarify some concerns. I have a couple of questions. How many, Office Manager Blaine, you may have to get back with us. How many requests are now in the wings waiting for such an action? Do you know, as far as parks and streets, how many requests do we have now that have been held up while this policy was being worked on?
Well, I'm aware of two from Commissioner Parker, one she mentioned tonight, and maybe one or two more. Josh, are you aware of? So 3 or 4, as far as I'm aware of. Josh, our Assistant Manager Edwards.
Just 2 for park facilities, but those might be what you're referencing, Blaine.
At some point, could you let us know who those 2 were? I am also interested in, I think Commissioner Denson alluded to this, that there was no clear policy, but apparently there was some policy or something. I would like to see that. Commissioner Parker mentioned Carriage Lane, but I do know that Odd Street has been concerned about an area there for over a year. So I would like to know, what are the requests that are in the wings? How long have they been waiting? And that, and based on what you tell me, I may have some more discussion I want to add to this.
And I know sometimes these come by way of the planning department desk. I don't know if Planning Director Griffin, you've got some others that you fielded.
No, Odd Street was the other one that I was going to mention too, that it initially came forward to you under an old 92 policy, and it was right in during the time the GOC was taking this up. And so it was held until a new policy was put in place. But I was not aware of the Carriage Lane one, but Odd Street is the one that we're holding right now.
And then there, and I guess this would go under Parks and Recreation. I know there was one that was submitted for Thomas Lay and East Athens. And let me cut through the chase. Carol always talks about her relationship and representation with 100% renewable. I want to be sure that those folk that normally do not make these requests are not, I want to make sure that we're not moving the goalposts for some folk. I'm just be outright open with it. So thank you, Brad, for mentioning Odd Street with Ms. Rosanelle Howard. And I do know that there were 2 others for Thomas Lay Park and East Athens for the changing of the field. And I just want to make sure that we're not moving the goalposts when new people are starting to make requests for these kind of changes. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Thornton's dead on, and we do have those original letters of request. And I will say, y'all often thank staff, and I think staff wants to thank you because we have struggled with some of the thresholds that were in the older policy, and I think this is a much better policy. And Commissioner Thornton, we will, we'll bring these four forward under the new policy.
But I guess my recommendation will be, and again, this is so typical in a lot of situations, that the rules change when new players get involved. I would like to think that whatever the policy was before this new policy, which I 100% support, that they would be either given the opportunity to be grandfathered in before whatever the changes were. If that's not, and maybe I'm the only one going to make a big issue. They're probably just going to be glad to be considered and go through the process. But I want to go on record that it's just interesting that now we got rules now when we have a different group of people making requests.
Thanks, Commissioner. And just in terms of even the assignment of this, one of the challenges that had arisen is lack of definition around at least one piece, which was that there be written documentation indicating community support. But I think that single line of language that I read just wasn't clear to anybody. What's written documentation? And so I appreciate the committee honing that and crafting something that's clearly measurable, that everybody recognizes, and I think achievable for the projects that we've talked about tonight.
Now, Kelly, please understand, I do think we need this policy. I think it's a good policy. I think it's long overdue. So I do want to thank the committee for working on this, but I know that folk were given directions and even forms to be filled out. And if they were given misinformation or different information, it just needs to be taken in consideration. So, no, I think we should move forward with this. But I do want to bring to the attention that it seemed like something generated this policy. And I just want to make sure that I at least make a statement about it. I do commend a committee again. I support it 100%. So please do not take my suggestion or my questions as anything negative.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also glad that this has come forward. I was helping a woman with a street naming, and the document that it took a while to unearth it. I think it's the one that Brad just referred to from 1992. And we did finally find a street without any addresses on it. So we didn't have to worry about that number. So it also depends on just where it is. So now it's over on, help me out, somebody. What was that, the woman's name? And we ended up over by Linden House. Maybe last year we approved it. I can't think of it.
Was it Jenny Maddox?
That is it. Thank you, Ovita. That's Commissioner Thornton. That's exactly. It took years pecking away at getting it done, and we did. So, but that's when that document got out of how old it was. I think that helped it get kicked into committee. So
that's a little bit right. They were trying to get in a location that would not impact addresses being changed. They were trying to find this is what I'm talking about is a little bit different. So
okay.
Yes, you're right. Jenny's was held up because they were trying to find a location that would not impact so many address changes. So, but I'm talking about, I guess my point is if we were going to go into a GOC committee and move this, the applications that came in prior to that, I think it would have been better if people were told at that time that there was going to be a process in committee. They were given forms to fill out. They were given contact information. So that's what I'm talking about. I don't have no problem with the committee. I just think that people held on not knowing that they were holding on for whatever the change is. And they may be perfectly okay with the change. You know, they may be like, oh yeah, I don't mind going to get these many signatures, or I don't mind doing this. But that is not what they were told initially. So that's my concern.
Okay. If I could get somebody else in GOC to help me out with this, because I think another thing that we want to make sure is covered is if something is named in one of our government buildings and we decided we didn't want it named that anymore, is there a way of changing our buildings in the process format? And then another question is when it's something does a commissioner get notified that this is happening within? I heard you guys say something about Carriage Lane, and that's in my district. So if there's something going on about that, I sure would like to be gotten into the loop on that.
Just to kind of highlight the renaming, that segment reads that a name selected for a public facility, park, natural area, or amenity should be bestowed with the intention that it will be permanent and changes should be strongly resisted. And then goes on to note, and this is new language, parks and facilities named after individuals shall never be changed unless it's found that because of the individual's character, the continued use of their name would not be in the best interest of the community. Parks named for subjects other than individuals may be changed in name only if the current name is ineffectual or inappropriate. Alterations associated with the original naming will be non-refundable.
Okay, thank you. And then it said if it's named after a deceased person, that some time is passing. We have 3 years to just sort of wait that out. And so does that, the topic doesn't even start for 3 years, right? It's not like you would decide to do it, but yet it doesn't actually get, and then it's a delayed execution.
We talked about in terms of 3 years, Commissioner Wright, as a period that you wouldn't name something before that 3-year period. Now, I don't know if that discussion couldn't start, 2.5 years after and then be approved 3 years. We didn't get into that, but we did talk about the 3 years.
Yeah. And so that's just to make sure it's not an emotional charged decision versus just sort of waiting for the temperature to cool type thing with somebody passes.
So I don't know if anybody else wants to speak from the GOC, but in general, that discussion happened because of lessons learned around the country when people have named things after people without doing proper research and wanting to give time for that research and that history to come to bear. 3 years was generally kind of a good reference point in what we saw in other policies.
Gotcha. And then, Ovita, you remember that we've named an elementary school on the Board of Education after Maxine Eason, but yet that's yet to happen. So, I mean, the timelines can be off in a lot of ways that you name it and then don't have what you need to name. But this looks like a lot of good work, and I'm happy if it goes on consent.
Everybody okay with consent? All right.
No, sorry. I had a question. I had my hand raised.
Sorry, Commissioner Edwards, and then Commissioner Houle.
So am I reading this correctly in section 6, the first bullet point, that we could be naming buildings and roads after living people? It says, it is the policy to use the following consideration and criteria: an individual living or deceased. So I'm just not sure I support opening up the floodgates to name all these public amenities after living people. But then have this weird sort of 3-year delay after somebody dies. So the only people that we're not going to be able to name things after are people who've recently passed in that 3-year window. We can name something after somebody who's living. And I guess my reluctance is, some places you go around the country, I mean, there's just a name on everything. I mean, I love the Georgia Botanical Gardens, but I mean, gosh, they've named almost every blade of grass in there after somebody. So, anybody on GOC want to give me some feedback? I mean, my gut is I do not support opening this up to naming all of these public amenities after living people. It becomes an ego-driven, campaign-driven. I need a lot more time to think about that.
We'll leave this off consent. Commissioner Houle had his hand up, and then I've got Commissioners Link and Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not sure if these questions are best for members of GOC or the manager or the attorney, but I've got 3. And also, I'd like to respectfully disagree with Commissioner Myers in that I do believe that these policies are, in fact, sexy to look at and work through. But my first question is, we're talking about this 75% threshold of property owners that need to approve in writing, I guess, like sign off on this, say. If we're talking about a street with a lot of commercial property, how would business owners versus owners of like the buildings or the lots of land be considered?
I believe
I'll take a stab at that. I think the business owners themselves would be considered through public opportunity for comment, but we did end up landing from a standpoint of petition and 75% support. It would only be the actual property owners of the properties that had frontage on the street. So occupants, residents of apartments, business owners would all be notified well in advance of the first meeting, but they're not going to count one way or another on the 75% support petition.
Okay. Does that seem correct by everybody else's understanding too? Or by, yeah.
It wasn't that clear to me, but keep going.
Property owners is how it reads.
And there's 2 different set of standards, one for street renaming, public rights of way, and one for other public places. And that may be where some of the confusion's coming to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess for clarification for my colleagues or anyone watching, I'm talking about the street renaming here. So yeah, I guess that's something I'd like to maybe think on more, just, how people should get a vote or something. If someone owns a very large piece of property or building, but there's 100 businesses within that space that's owned, should those folks formally get a say some way? And then I'm also curious, would this be like per property or per owner? I'm assuming it's per owner, but like, for example, if a property owner owns half of the lots on a street, do they get half of the votes essentially? Or like, are they required to sign off on 50% or do they just get one? Do they just count as one?
I mean, I think the way we've got it written now, they would get one vote for each parcel that they own on the street.
One vote per parcel.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's actually different from what I had intuited. So I guess, I don't know if someone else could weigh in on this. Because that gives me a bit of pause too, I would think like one vote per person would be my inclination, but.
I mean, I guess it's important to point out with this, though, I mean, it's a little bit different. The way the current policy reads is somebody decides they would like to pursue naming a street after somebody. They start with you all first, and it's sent to us before anybody's ever notified on the street. And then we go through this process after the fact. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's basically, it's setting an established percentage at 75, which is certainly something y'all can talk about in terms of that number. But all that does is start the process too. I mean, if you had a street with, somebody that owned 80% of the lots, and so they submitted a petition to name the street after themselves, all that does is get them in the door. It still has to go through the process and ultimately be approved by you as an official action at the end of the day. So it does not make it automatic simply that they've got that many signatures.
Sure. And I certainly appreciate that. I'm probably digging deep into the weeds here, and these situations might be kind of unlikely, but I guess I'd like clarity on these definitions. And I guess that brings to mind the third question I had, which was, does this policy in some way mandate ourselves to use it as well? So for example, if everyone on this body wanted to rename a street, but like, do we need to go around and collect signatures? And then if so, like, do we, if we only get 60% of the people who own property on the street to agree, have we then, like, are we essentially precluding ourselves from being able to still rename it? Would be my question.
Let me let Mr. Drake answer that one. I mean, my take on it would be it would not preclude you from naming anything as the elected body. You know, I would think you would look to reach out to the public regardless, because that's what you guys always do with everything you do. So, but I mean, this the way we're setting it up, it would go into the zoning ordinance as a section of the subdivision regulations. But I mean, at the end of the day, government can exempt themselves from local ordinance requirements if they choose to.
Judd, I don't know if there's anything you want to add.
Well, I was interested. I did not realize. My first thought was, of course, the commission can choose not to follow on its own policies and name something that they seem fit to name. You know, and I generally agree with Brad. I'd like to give that some thought, though. I didn't know this was going to be put into the zoning ordinance, and I'm not sure. I'd like to give that some consideration on. What was the thought? Is that where it is now, this policy, or is this just what was the thought behind that?
No, it's just a written policy on a memo now. That, you
know, I really think that might be a better course for this policy, is just to keep. You know, I don't know what I'd like to talk to my legal staff, see what the thought was on that. I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but I guess I'm a little surprised about making that part of the zoning ordinance. So I would think I'd like some chance to consider that and give some input regarding what my perspective is on that from a legal perspective on making, you know, zoning is so particular and you add a whole level, and maybe that's the goal here. But I do know in my past experience that, you know, even though you have this policy, sometimes reasons come up to vary from it, very good reasons. And I'm not sure what level of complication that adds to it, putting it under the zoning ordinance. I'm not experienced with that being done. I'm more experienced with just being a policy that's been adopted, which is what you said it was before. So I'm sorry I can't answer that fully, Commissioner. I'd like to give that some thought. Well, whether I think, and I'll give an answer to everyone on commission in writing about what I think the effect of whether that would preclude the commission, if the fact that it's being placed on the zoning ordinance, from being able to vary from the policy. But otherwise, and maybe that's the case now, you certainly can always vary from a policy. The commission, and it's very clear under Georgia law that commissioners have the ultimate authority to name things too, such as roads and buildings. But also they're subject to change. You know, some later on bodies come along, the next succeeding commission can change that name. So anyway, that's my perspective. I'll give you more guidance after I have a chance to look at the policy. I have not been involved with this. I know some of my staff's been at the meetings where it's been discussed, but I'd like a chance to look at that more particularly.
Thanks, Judd.
Thanks, y'all.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I wasn't clear that this would be embedded in the zoning ordinance either. I thought it was just a policy. I don't recall ever discussing this being an ordinance. And as far as the disparity between the street naming and the naming of parks, facilities, etc., the level of vetting for the streets has a lot to do with the fact that every single person who lives on that street will have to change their address if the name of the street changes, which means reaching out to every contact you have, making sure that they change your address, making sure that your bills, you know, anybody who might send you a bill or might send you a payment has that new address. There's a lot of, and also, you know, your business cards, signage, letterhead, you know, it can get extremely expensive to reprint all that paperwork, update your website, you know, every place where your address might be out there on the internet. So that's why there's that level of 75% property owner approval. And, you know, then there's the outreach to everybody in the community. We talked about signage being put up outside a facility or I guess at the entrance. If it was a street, it would be on the street. to make sure that there's like broad community awareness. So granted, yeah, you might have people that are not property owners. They might own the businesses inside the buildings on that property, but there is that second level by which the general community is made aware, and there's an opportunity for people to express their thoughts and concerns about the renaming. And like the policy states, it begins with a recommendation from the commissioner for the area and the mayor. So the very first step is to reach out to the elected representative of that area, as well as the mayor, and initiate the policy. And you know, being, you know, the elected representative of the area, you might have some awareness of some outside concerns beyond the intention of the individual seeking to rename. As far as Commissioner Edwards pointing out that line about any person living or deceased, I'm glad he caught that, because I was under the impression that it was our intent to only allow renaming in honor of people who were deceased. So I'm wondering if that is language that was just transcribed from some of the other policies we were looking at. Manager Edwards, do you recall that conversation?
We did talk briefly about it, and no one brought up the desire to change it. Everything is shaded on the document that were the recommended changes. This was the last. Yeah, I'm here. I think we might have lost you. Oh, you're back. So yes, Commissioner Link, I think kind of one of the things we did on the document on the website is.
It's really bad. We can't understand you.
Sir, Commissioner Link, I think you're fading.
Can anybody else hear me? I'm sorry.
I can hear you, Commissioner Edwards, Assistant Manager Edwards.
Right. So I can catch up with Commissioner Link later, but we took the update from 2017 and built off of that. So much of this was updated in 2017 as part of the GOC's work. That was not one item that was kind of put before the GOC this time around. And I think everything that was, the areas that we're focused on are shaded. So I don't remember a ton of conversation about that.
Mayor.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner. So it seems like there are a lot more questions. Is this one that we can pull and get these questions answered? Because the more we're talking, the more questions I'm getting. And I would really like to see the original document that was revised. Again, I don't want to take any credit away from the GOC. I think it's a great thing. It had to be done. But are we pulling this, or are we going to put this on consensus? That's where I'm at.
Well, this will at least remain on discussion, and then if we need a little bit more time to finesse some of the nuances in the policy, we certainly can push this to a future vote if need be.
So then, Manager Blaine, can you get me the list of people or the requests that we have in the wings and the original policy?
Yes, we'll provide that as part of the follow-up report, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davenport.
Yes, I'll be working on a CDO. Hopefully I can get it done with the manager's office in time. There's just some minor tweaks that I think that we have some issues with, but with the understanding of someone living, when I read it, I think we had a really, really brief discussion. But there are some community leaders that we have in our public that, before they do pass on, we feel that, that they should be honored. But there's fail safes as well, because I have to go from the mayor and the commissioners and then go to the public, get the 75 signatures, and then get to the mayor and commission for a vote. So it's not so lockstep in that, living people or deceased people will, get named, streets renamed and public facilities renamed. So, but I will be working on the ACDO, hopefully with my colleagues, to address some of the issues.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to, Commissioner, I'm also going to take a closer look at this. one thing I'm a little concerned with, it says that once we've named something, a park can't be renamed. Well, a future commission has the right, I mean, I hate to say that, to rename it. I don't think you can bind them like that. It says unless there's a problem with character or something like that, but I don't know if we can put that. We can put it in there, but I don't think it's enforceable, to be honest with you. I know you may not want to hear that as a commission sitting here, but ultimately, I don't think.
When I looked at that language, I sort of read that as kind of a value statement more than a sort of legal requirement. So anyhow, I don't want to belabor this conversation. Everybody just take a look at this, embedded in the document. You can see the original policy, and then you can see either strike throughs or gray text that indicates where the policy recommendation has changed. So this definitely will stay on discussion. Before we move to planning and zoning items, I do want to note that there will be an additional new business item, which is the resiliency dollars for indigent support and the COVID CDBG dollar allocation. Manager Williams, if you could just briefly outline what commissioners and the public will see.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And this you just got that today, and so there's time for you to look at that and ask any questions. But just as a highlight to everyone, I've asked the mayor to consider the previous indigent services awards funding that you awarded last year with the resiliency package dollars. There were 8 agencies that were approved, and we're just recommending that you extend those contracts so they continue to provide those services, and the funding would come from the resiliency package dollars that you've already approved for those purposes. That's essentially what it's about, and the attachments will also share some of the performance outcomes that they have provided thus far.
Thanks, Manager Williams. So everybody just check your email and you'll see that kind of memo that came through this afternoon, and we'll add this to the public agenda as soon as we can. All right, I'm going to go ahead and welcome on Planning Director Brad Griffin, who of course has spoken about street renaming, but has several rezoning items to bring to us tonight, beginning with 155 Mitchell Street.
Okay, can everybody see that? You there?
Yep.
Okay, good. All right, let me see if I can get full screen here. There we go. We've got a bunch of them for you tonight, so I will move through these fairly quickly, but they're all, a lot of them are pretty complex. So first item is an amendment to an existing plan development at 155 Mitchell Street. As noted, it's an unbuilt plan development. I think this came through in about 2017, a little under 2 acres. The original approval was for an 7 or 8 story structure with a little less density. This is 8 stories, 340 beds, 155 total units. I think the original approval was 123 units and 256 on the bedroom. So it is a density increase. There is some first level commercial proposed, but it does not meet the minimum 50% requirements as submitted. And there was a variance approved for buffer encroachment by the hearings board, and that probably goes back to 2015 or 16. It's been several years ago for a reduction in the environmental buffer on a creek that is currently behind this property. There you see the waivers requested. One, as I mentioned, on the ground floor leasable, and then also the 70% of the linear frontage of the structure must consist of leasable commercial. This is a hard site to do that on because of the topography. It slopes from left to right going down the hill, but still a waiver would be required. See the property here on Mitchell Street. Currently zoned commercial downtown River District with the existing PD. And the site plans on this PD, they're kind of hard to follow because it is more of an urban footprint, but this was the original 2017 approval. At that point, as I mentioned earlier, less density, and this, although it's still multifamily by nature and by zoning, this was presented 3 years ago as really a condominium type owner occupied product for more adults and non-student. Current site plan, again, those don't look very different on their face. This was the original building from 17 that was to be the condo development, and the proposed amendment that's presented to you this evening. A little bit shorter in overall height than what was approved in 17. You can see the layout there. The bottom picture, if I can get my arrow where you can see it, you can see this line kind of represents Mitchell Street as it comes across. And so you see how this second level of parking kind of comes out of the ground and it picks up with commercial here and on across the rest of the building. Therein is the reason for that 70% linear reduction in commercial frontage. And there, as I said before, they're a little bit short on their overall 50% ground floor commercial as well. Mitchell Street in its current configuration, the property on the bottom slide, which is to the right. And then these are some existing townhouses on the other side of Mitchell, and the property in the lower right is actually standing in the middle of the subject property looking across the street at those same townhouses. So there is a significant scale difference, but that was true of the approval back in 17 as well when that one went through. Planning Commission recommendation is to deny the proposed amendment. They have concerns with increasing the number of bedrooms and the decrease in the commercial. Just the overall increase in trends of what they're seeing with a lot of multifamily right now. And then the way the commercial is designed, it really didn't meet the separation requirements that you all put in place a few years ago between the residential and commercial spaces with open access to commercial. And then there's some issues with the way they're counting their commercial as well. But overall, the recommendation for this amendment is to not approve.
Thanks, Brad. And we'll start discussion with Commissioner Wright. This is in District 4.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Brad, for presenting the complexity of this very concisely. Can you share with us, I saw that it was a 5-4 vote from the Planning Commission. Can you guide us in some of that dialogue? I really don't want to go back and watch their meeting. I know there's a lot of insights to that, but if it's the type that you say, listen, you just got to watch that meeting to capture what the essence of their, anyway, what can you share with us?
I mean, I can share a little bit with you. This one was a little bit unique in that, I do think there was a little bit of a different position with some of our newer planning commissioners that weren't here with the first one. And that's neither right nor wrong at all. It's just a different opinion and the first time they've seen it. I also think that some of them recognize that, this isn't as if we're asking to do this from scratch. There is a current approval on the books now to build X number of units. And they presented them as condos. We would have required, or we will require as part of that 2017 PD that they be designed and built the way they were shown on the PD. Now, whether or not they're all owner-occupied condos or rental, we can't enforce that from a zoning standpoint. And I think some of them recognize that as well. But I think the ones that generally went against it were really concerned with the change in unit type, the reduction further of commercial, even below the 50% threshold, and then just a general concern, as you'll see with some other requests tonight too, of some what they consider some real tipping of the balance of land uses. Just a lot of multifamily right now, and just we're not very comfortable with further increasing the residential density on this particular property.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I have not. The thing about commercial on the first floor is a really challenging topic for me, and so that part I don't mind so much, especially the terrain of the street. You can't really pick what is the ground floor lower on Mitchell versus higher. So I'm still learning on this one. I do know that they reached out to sort of share with me the new owners. It's not the same people. Is that accurate, Brad? I think it's a different company.
It is. The architect and the ownership group that brought it through as the agent last time are no longer involved in the project. This is a different group that I think has the property either under contract contingent on the zoning.
Okay.
The underlying owner is the same right now.
Okay. And so I know that this is a group that does student housing. I got to see a project they did in Lexington on one of my visits there. They also wanted to have, I don't have the notes with me, but 20% of the units in here, they were going to have a price rental 20% less than what the typical student rates are of their competitor. And when they say things like that, I mean, I like that idea. But then again, that's still not something that we can tangibly have locked in. Right?
I would tend to agree. I mean, under our current, standards right now, I mean, the planning department nor code enforcement either are in the business of going in and confirming rent prices and how much people are paying for units.
Yeah.
I always am concerned with that. Would they offer it as to, at the end of the day, how they will ultimately be enforced if there's not a third party involved in it that's taking care of that?
Yeah.
But yes, they've been very forthright and upfront that they are student housing developers. They're not trying to hide that. That's their market and what they build.
Right. And I think that as far as a location for student housing, I think this is a perfect spot for that. There's the single family houses that were on that's not going to return. It's right next to UGA property. And we know that when that's built, it's going to be very large. The sizing and the massing of what UGA builds these days is large, real large. So I'm still processing it. I hope you guys will share with me any feedback or questions or things you learn so that we can move this forward as needed with everybody with the amount of information they need on it. So from that, I'm ready to hear what my colleagues are thinking.
Got Commissioner Houle and then Commissioner Link.
Thank you, Mayor. To say I wasn't a huge fan of this development when it first got approved, and I'm still not a fan of what I'm seeing being proposed now. I am. Would you say it's accurate, Mr. Griffin, to say that the folks on the Planning Commission who denied, if we're trying to summarize your comments, I was trying to follow it as best I could, but essentially for the same reasons that the Planning Department has recommended denial? Is that essentially the same?
I think that's fair to say.
Okay. I guess I'd be curious if you felt, well, when was that meeting? Just so if we do want to go back and watch it or someone in the public does, what date do they look for on our YouTube?
This would have been the regular December Planning Commission meeting. Okay. So probably the 3rd or the 5th, somewhere in there. The 10th. Oh, yeah, we missed it out. Yes, we did.
All right, thanks for that. I guess, could you share maybe your best attempts at why the 5 who voted in favor chose to vote in favor? And then I have one other question after that. But
they voted 5 to deny.
Oh, they voted 5-4 in favor of denial.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the motion was to deny.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a close vote.
Yes.
Sorry, I was misreading the paper. I think Commissioner Link had shared in an email, and maybe this is what she was going to get to, but just sort of a request for maybe some more explanation to accompany the pink sheets we get with these. So to the degree that a bit more of a summary, at least when the votes are contested like this, to the degree that that's feasible, I think that I'd benefit from that as well. I guess I would just say if there is a proposal to attach any kind of like affordability or a below market rate to a certain number of units, I'd want to see something like that in writing with some kind of entity established who's going to oversee that, so similar to how we've seen the land trust offer that for other developments. So if somebody involved in this project moving forward is looking to do that sort of thing, I think I would feel like we would definitely need something in writing to guarantee that would happen. And I'm not hearing that we have that right now. So, and we certainly don't have the apparatus ourselves to guarantee it. So,
thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Link, you there?
I hope y'all can hear me. My internet seems to be crapping in and out.
Yeah, we can hear you. But maybe if you leave the video off, that will kind of eat the bandwidth.
Yeah, I mean, I have deep concerns about this project. I did 3 years ago when it first came up as a 100+ foot high-rise senior housing condo. I felt that it was inappropriate for that area, and it was a massive upzone. I believe the plot was originally, was it RM2, Brad?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I mean, I felt like it was perfectly reasonable to ask for an upzone to RM3 or 4, as kind of a transitional zone. And I feel like we haven't established any of that transitional zoning from the downtown's hyperdense core to, these outer areas. And we do have these townhomes right across the street. It's a really narrow little street. If the street were a bit wider, if there were parking on the street, it might not feel so overbearing. But something of this scale on this, what was traditionally a residential street. I mean, I remember going, I had friends who lived on Mitchell Street in some of those sweet little cottages and went to art school back in the day. I feel like this is a bait and switch. It wasn't a very popular project when it was approved 3 years ago. And the only reason it was approved is because it made us this promise of high-end senior condos. We were going to pull all these older adults into downtown. Apparently, that's not happening, and what we're getting is just more student housing. I believe if this project was proposed 3 years ago as a student housing, it would have been shot down in a heartbeat. The Planning Commission denied it back then, and they're denying it again. I'm wondering, like, what the process is. If we deny this and the developer backs out, does it revert back to that RM2 zoning and it's a fresh piece of property that somebody can come back with a new PD proposal for?
Brett, it would remain the prior PD. Is that correct?
It would remain as the prior PD if you simply deny this request, yes.
So is there a period by which that PD runs out and it reverts back to that prior zoning?
No.
No. So it's set in stone as that PD. And so they just, okay.
So that sits as an ordinance in the code.
Yeah. I mean, it's a shame because, that approval really, if you can provide us with that agenda item, and I'd suggest that everybody go and try and find that meeting and watch it and watch the discussion around it and watch how many people lined up in opposition to this project. This just feels like a bait and switch. And I feel like, we get this from time to time. We get these promises, we make all these accommodations for projects that promise particular uses, and then 3 or 4 years down the line, when we kind of forget about it, they come back and change the game on us. So I am really reluctant to even consider changing this PD, and if somebody wants to come back with a student housing project, I believe it should be a much less dense student housing project and a more transitional project that is more in line with the residential property directly across the street and more in scale with that kind of narrow street.
Other commissioners? I'll note that Commissioner Edwards.
I would just say that, as it stands now, I am reluctant to support this, just based on the professionals sitting on the Planning Commission. It's a body I highly respect, and I always view, what they do with respect. So I'm reluctant to go against what they recommend here. Thanks.
I will say, of course, sat on the commission during 2017 when the prior PD was in front. And while I didn't have a problem with a density question in this location, where you're very close to downtown and to the campus where people would be walking to cultural events and restaurants, what I thought at the time that didn't come to pass, that I think still could, is some community benefit. Obviously, the prospect of affordable units as part of the mix was chief among those in prospect. There have been developers who have sought and realized a third-party arrangement with the land trust or others who are well situated to do the screening for prospective moderate income tenants. The student-oriented project doesn't completely eliminate that prospect, but it makes it a little dimmer than if it's a senior or adult-focused project. I would be interested in these developers coming to the table to see if there is some community benefit that they could provide, and given the topography in those questions, even if that means converting some of what's now intended as commercial space into affordable units on the ground floor would be a conversation that I would welcome. We're going to talk about the prospect of ground floor residential on some narrow streets in the downtown sphere here in a few minutes. And, you think about places like the Upper West Side of Manhattan, where you have very dense 8, 10, 20-story buildings, with some residential doors that dump onto the street, where just a few feet away you do have some commercial avenues, and that may make sense in an environment like this. But I would want to see this project evolve in a positive way before it made it across the finish line. I don't think that's impossible, but I would see some work yet to be done on it. Any others before we move on to the next item?
I'll just say I generally agree with that assessment. I do welcome the conversation too about allowing residential in some of those dense urban buildings. That point's well taken.
All right, moving on to 5090 and 5098 Old Jefferson Road.
Okay, thank you. This is a straight rezoning request from RS8 single family to RS5 single family. No change in future land use necessary. The traditional neighborhood is compatible with either of those two underlying zones. With a straight zoning request of this nature, there are no binding plans or voluntary conditions that were set forth as part of their application. It would increase overall density of the property from 3.8 to 6 dwelling units per acre. And just as a note, the transportation corridor concept map does show a planned extension of West Vincent Drive, which is the primary spine road through Lantern Walk subdivision, to extend onto Jefferson Road, and that would need to be honored either as a set-aside or as part of any development of this property. You see the property here, fronts on Old Jefferson Road, and this is the extension of West Vincent. This is where the connection would occur. Current zoning RS8, as with the bulk of the property to the north and the east, you see are currently RS8, and it goes immediately from 8 to an AR zoning district as you move west, and then the proposed change to RS5. This one's one, you don't see these a lot as straight rezonings. There was some discussion and some recommendations throughout their application that alluded to the possibility of increasing some tree canopy and doing some other things. But at the end of the day, they talked about, an amount of the property that would be developed in turn for another significant portion of that property to be set aside either in common area or a community benefit purpose or something along those lines. But at the end of the day, with this type of a straight rezoning, there's absolutely no ability for us to enforce that. They could mention that in the report. They could get it rezoned RS5, and not that they would, but if the right offer came along next month, they could sell it to somebody that could do whatever they wanted under the RS5 standards. So I think that's where the majority of the Planning Commission concerns came in with their recommendation not to approve. They really didn't see why the property couldn't be developed under the current zoning, same zoning as Lantern Walk is now. It would be a logical extension of the same density. And they really were not aware of any specific change in conditions in the area that would support the applicant's request to change the density to a more higher district. Did have a couple of individuals that appeared that expressed a lot of concerns with the nature of Old Jefferson Road and the amount of traffic potentially that could be put out on to that corridor. And at the end of the day, the recommendation from the Planning Commission was to not approve, and this one was a unanimous vote.
Thanks, Brad. And I'll go ahead and begin conversation with Commissioner Denson, since this is in his district.
Thank you, Mayor. And we had watched this Planning Commission's discussion on this item and have talked to the developers along with a ton of residents in this area who share a lot of the same concerns that the Planning Commission did. A lot of that being because there is not a binding site plan associated with this. So as I mentioned, if we were to do this, we do not know exactly what could become of that property. It could go a ton of different ways without having any kind of binding site plan there. So I plan on continuing those discussions with the developers and also with the residents. I'm actually holding a virtual town hall this Friday at 5 o'clock that I've got about 30 residents already signed up for, and the developers will be there also. So I'm hoping to be able to bring up these concerns along with also the concerns on traffic on Old Jefferson Road and how possible exits of their development could line up potentially. And hoping that we can have that be a productive discussion that can possibly come out with us having a binding site plan and maybe some of those defined in a written manner, some of those community benefits that we could have also tied into this.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other input on this?
I have a little bit of input.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with Commissioner Denson. It's really heady to even think about, saying yes to something like this without that kind of site plan. I am not opposed to a rezone to RS5. I believe that we should consider more RS5 to get some of that single family density, and enable some more affordable housing. A lot of times these less dense single family neighborhoods are, just kind of a subtle continuation of redlining. And I believe, some of our most vibrant neighborhoods are RS5, some of our dense single family or what should be single family in town walkable neighborhoods. But I would like to see a binding site plan on something like this to assure that you have the kind of street connectivity that helps enable a vibrant neighborhood, the kind of like front-facing, front porch-oriented architecture that enables that kind of vibrant, walkable neighborhood, the availability of accessible green space that is all the more necessary when you have very small lots and homes that are tightly packed. And being that a portion of this property fronts a large highway, it would make sense to have some commercial on that Jefferson Road frontage, especially seeing as that this is an area of town that could use some services, some amenities, some retail. It would be nice if folks in this neighborhood and in Lantern Walk could walk or ride their bikes to, a cafe or even a convenience store or restaurant, and we're seeing more and more residential development in this area. We're seeing some more homes being built out in some other nearby neighborhoods. We're getting a sidewalk on Jefferson River Road. So yeah, I just feel like the concept of getting some density and some more accessible, affordable, single family housing is good, but it's just a concept right now. We really need some details and some parameters.
Thanks, Commissioner. I will note, I'm similarly situated in terms of density pending the prospect of a binding plan. I direct everybody to look at a good article, and I'll find the link and I'll send this to everybody, that the urban planner Richard Florida wrote last year in the City Lab Journal about the need for post-war inner ring suburbs to densify in places for exactly that walkability, and particularly given the construction environment we're in, a level of affordability. in terms of all things at this location, I will point out to everybody that there is a planned commercial node immediately across Jefferson Highway at the corner of Lavender and Jefferson, and that that recently went through a very slight revision, just because in a previous iteration it had a separate pharmacy as part of it, and in the most recent upgrade, that pharmacy has been integrated into what would be an anchor grocery tenant. So particularly if a light emerges here, this will be walkable for a lot of folks. But Commissioner Denson, I really appreciate you being willing to have the conversation both with the developer to encourage them to put some of that text and some of that planning required onto paper, and with residents, that they say in the design world that devil is in the details and God is in the details. And I think without the map, we just don't have the details. So appreciate everybody's continued work on this. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just echoing everybody else, would really feel like I need to see something, binding to even consider voting yes on this. I also wanted to point out, so the developer had reached out to myself as well, and we talked briefly about this. And I know that they're also in discussions with the school district about some adjacent properties in the northern part of Lantern Walk. And so as we're kind of factoring in what people think about this, I'd also really like to better understand what the Board of Education or the school district thinks about that, because I think as they're considering different options, some of the ones that sound more appealing to me are ones that relate to agreements with the school district, and I don't really have any understanding yet on whether the school district is actually inclined to participate. So,
I know that we've got two former school board members, obviously part of our body, and of course immediately adjacent to here is what's been commonly known as Elementary School Site C, and so there will be an elementary school, really within blocks of here, and whether it's exactly on the approximately 40 acres that CCSD bought, I guess about 15 years ago, or a slightly rearranged parcel, I think has yet to emerge. So I think the school board is still considering whether there'll be some slight rearrangement of the school siting, but I think it's fair to say that whether it's in 2 years or 5 years or 8 years, there will be an elementary school adjacent here. So Commissioner Wright or Commissioner Thornton, either of you may want to jump in.
I was just going to recommend that Commissioner Huell, if you want to give me a call tomorrow, I can bring you up to speed because I'm on the SPLOST Citizens Oversight Committee. So I can maybe get some feedback. And if there's more to it, which it sounds like, Mr. Mayor, you have that. Do I see that we're about to have a meeting with the school board?
That's right.
Next Monday?
Next Monday.
So anyway, if you have more insights or if they have ones, but Jesse, I can get you a little bit up to speed on some of that planning for School C, as well as if there's more to it. I sure would like to learn about it next Monday if the agenda is not very full.
I'm going to leave that to Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Huell. I was on the board when we went through the whole purchasing the land and all of that. So I'm not up to speed like Commissioner Wright. I will say with the opportunities that are available, I must admit I was a little disappointed that the board did not vote for a TAD in that area just for this reason alone. But again, Allison is much more in tune than I am, and probably would be the best resource.
All right, Commissioner Denson.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify one thing that I was able to talk to Brad earlier, and even with if we're able to get a binding site plan together to go through, I would only be comfortable having that as a CDO that we pass as long as it goes back before the planning department for them to review that to make sure that everything in there is going to work. So
appreciate that. Thanks for clarifying the process, Tim. All right, we're going to move on to item 21 on your agenda, which are text amendments pertaining to design standards in the CD.
Okay. And normally we do text amendments at the end. We're doing this one in a little different order, and there's a reason, and I'll explain it. The next two items are really a request of the unified government to begin to lay some of the necessary groundwork for the North Downtown project and the master planning that is currently going on with that property. We needed to do two things. First thing, ultimately, we needed to bring forward a rezoning request for you to consider to change the zoning of that area from its current mix of RM2 and commercial general, and I think there's some commercial neighborhood in there as well, to an extension of our commercial downtown zoning district. But before we could do that, because the overall downtown zoning district is currently divided up into, I think, 6 design areas, we needed to create a new design area for this to go in, because it really didn't make a lot of sense as far north as it goes to extend Daugherty Street all the way to the end of the development area. So the design area has got to come first, and then we could bring forward a recommendation to you, which is our next item this evening, to rezone that property to commercial downtown with a north downtown design district. So that's why it's going in this kind of wonky order. But at the end of the day, if approved, this will pull some of the properties that are currently in Daugherty Street. When we rezoned Bethel several months ago, we did not do the design area then, but it was very upfront that we would be back in front of you with the new design area, and that time we would pull it out and put it in the new one. So you see on the left, the current design area picks up, much of the property. The Bethel property is currently in Daugherty Street now. After it was rezoned, it would go into this proposed north downtown design area. From a text amendment standpoint, and without going line by line, and I'm happy to discuss this in as much detail with all of you or individually as you want to, there's amendments, 3 areas. We needed to include a new definition in section 9.2 of the zoning ordinance. We needed to make a couple of amendments in 9.10, which is the commercial zoning district section, and that was in order to allow some ground floor residential under certain limitations. And then the bulk of the amendments were in 9.10.6, which this is the section of the commercial standards that sets forth those existing 6 design areas that you see on the left with their boundaries. It all lives in one section of 9.10. Generally, a lot of the standards are the same from area to area. The one unique one here really is A, which was the historic district that was created, probably 12 years ago now. And so it has its own very specific set of design standards that are overseen by our Preservation Commission. But the other areas go into design areas. They set forth minimum setbacks, some standards with building types, things like that. And you can see all that as you move through the amendment. But generally what we did was we needed to create a 7th one, which was north. We needed to set forth some of the standards in terms of setbacks, wall percentages of fenestration, those types of things. Probably the biggest changes that we made through here were in 2 areas. The first was we established an entirely new section dealing with retaining walls that will, if approved, it will limit the height of those walls and the design of those walls so as to in no situation allow a single wall to be more than 10 feet tall. It's kind of a step back. You can build up to a 3-foot retaining wall right on your front property line or adjacent to a street by right. And the reason we established that 3-foot height is that also serves very well oftentimes as a seating wall, along a public right-of-way. So you're allowed by right to start at 3 feet. And then for every 2 feet, every additional foot of height, you've got to go back 2 feet off the right-of-way. So it begins to establish a relationship between a wall. You see, I think I've got between a wall and a maximum height and the distance it would be from the right-of-way. You got to have terraces in between any wall section. I believe that's over 5 feet in height has to have landscaping in front of it or art. It could allow as a replacement for some landscaping, but just some standards. What we were trying to restrict was the very, very large walls that we've seen built in certain places. This is another area of what would become our downtown that is, again, very challenged with topography and could very easily become susceptible to some of these very large walls. So we wanted to make sure that, not only here, but in all of the downtown areas, this new set of retaining wall standards would apply. So that's a big one. The other one was dealing with ground floor residential as a by right use in certain areas. The way we set this up is it's kind of a twofold approach. One, it would only be allowed as proposed, and you absolutely have the right to make changes to any of this before you approve it. What we're proposing is in the new North Downtown area, the West End, which is basically Pulaski Street West, and then in the River District, which is Oconee, Willow Street, generally, east, that you could build ground floor residential under certain design standards as long as you weren't along one of what we consider the primary corridors. And those corridors, we've also outlined in here: Broad Street, College, North Avenue, Oconee, Prince, Baldwin, and Williams. If you have frontage on those properties, you could not do ground floor by right along those corridors. We felt like it was important to protect those major corridors in the area for commercial development. This is a little interesting because we just talked about the Williams Street. Under this proposal, if adopted, Williams Street would be a candidate to allow that ground floor residential. Now, it would not be allowing it in the form that you just saw, but more of the way the mayor recently described it, that for these ground floor units, they have to have direct access. If they have a wall adjacent to a street, they've got to have direct access from the unit to the street. So it can't simply be a ground floor apartment that opens internally to a common hallway, and all we're really seeing along the public sidewalk is a patio or, kind of a semi-private area. So for that ground floor, you would have to have direct access out. You can't have more than 2 units share a common access to the sidewalks. It would change the design requirements for those streets, but for the first floor, but it would allow that residential component instead of trying to force commercial on a Hoyt Street or something like that, which may just not, you could still do it if you wanted, but it would give another option for some of those non-primary corridors in those zones. So it's kind of a lot of words. That's the first proposal, would be to create this design area and then make overall changes that would introduce the retaining wall standards and also allow ground floor residential in not only the new North Downtown, but also in River and West End. So I'll stop there. We'll talk about the amendment, then we can go on to the zoning.
Thanks, Brett. All right, it's a lot of districts, so I'd be glad to hear from anybody interested in weighing in. Right,
I've got some input.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, so I'm fine with making this change for the North Downtown District because we have a lot of property that is within public control in a lot of ways. And we've had this very public input process for the massive redevelopment of that whole section of downtown for some really, really defined community benefits. But often this ground floor commercial requirement is the only card we have to bring to the table with some of these projects. It's what actually gets these developers to sit down and make some concessions, whether it's for design or community benefit. When I worked with the developers of the project that will be going in the West End and Finley Street, Reese Street, where the Days Inn is now, it was that ground floor commercial requirement that had them reaching out to me and had us working together with the architect to really improve the project and establish some upper floor setbacks, facing the existing historic neighborhood that prevented you getting just this like nasty tall box overwhelming the neighborhood. So I'm really reluctant to give that up. I'm fine with it for that North Downtown District. But as far as the rest of downtown, I don't want to see that kind of free for all. We have, I feel like our design guidelines are lax enough as it is. To give up on them is just I think we could get some. I am just reluctant to give up anymore. We can hold on to bring these folks to the table, because there is so little with that 200 bedrooms per acre density. There's so little to bring them to the table. If we can hold on to this, we can bring them to the table and improve some of these projects.
I think I saw Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Brad, could you email us those maps? I wasn't finding those in the packet.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I've been trying to zoom in, but I can't. I'm really happy to see the retaining wall details and the work that you guys have done on that. And then, Brad, I'll probably just call you to try to understand how, if these go through, how they're affecting things in process. And I think I'll just save that for a phone call to you. But if you'll give me the map, that'll help me get started before then. And to clarify, Commissioner Link, I hear what you're saying, but isn't this proposal improving the chances of those ground floor residential? And so I wasn't catching what makes you concerned about it.
By allowing them by right, there is no opportunity to have that conversation with developers if there are other aspects of the project that could be improved. Like for instance, Landmark Property owns a bunch of Pottery Town. Right now, they're required to build ground floor commercial. But it's not all that desirable to put commercial property on some of those back little residential streets. If they want a waiver or some kind of variance to put some ground floor residential, they've got to come to us and ask for it. And, we might have some bargaining chips to ask for some community benefits, some affordable housing, some design, some better design. Which is exactly what happened in the West End when I worked with the developer and the architect on that project.
Okay. I think the end result is positive. It just sounds like you want to be included with it, where this makes it potentially happen easier, sooner.
We have a bargaining chip to ask for community benefit, whether it's affordable housing or other design concessions, when they come to us asking for that ground floor residential.
Okay, I think I know, but I think overall the concepts in this document that we're looking to approve, and this is sound good to me. So that's where I want.
Thanks. Others? Commissioner Myers?
I would just like to get some other people's reactions to Commissioner Link's concerns about the losing a bargaining chip. I'm new to this process, and I understand the concept as well. And if there's anyone else who could say why it's not, I guess Commissioner Link is saying that the area for the ground floor dwellings, I guess it's a 7B, Melissa or Commissioner Link, that in particular that concerns you, or I guess just 7. So is there anyone else who can give a counter argument to what the concerns that Commissioner Link has brought forward here to help me understand this?
And I guess I should be able to I'm gonna have to relook at this myself. I was fine with it. I know that we talked about commercial property with the Bethel site, period, just the Bethel site. And there were some residents that did not want the commercial site. I'm just talking about Bethel now, the development. So I would just have to revisit Commissioner Link's concern because it didn't pop up with me.
And I'm totally supportive of it being allowed on the Bethel site, because that is all property that's undergoing a very public input process. But when we have these large chunks of privately owned land, we have very, very little control as to what goes in there and whether or not there's any real community benefit to it. As far as North Downtown, I'm fine with allowing North Downtown to have that ground floor residential element to it.
I'll note, everyone, that I'm favorable, really reflective of my comments earlier regarding Mitchell Street, to, in these areas on the periphery of downtown, to having more ground floor residential. Again, much like you see in Brooklyn or Manhattan or so many other places. And I think what we do well as policymakers is offer some clarity to the community broadly. That certainly includes, rank and file residents, but it also includes people in the development community. So, rather than thinking of a bargaining chip, just thinking, all right, we want to provide clear guidance for how to develop a good city. Now, if there's some other things that need to be considered, much as the planning staff, I think, has done a really well-crafted job thinking of retaining walls, then let's address those. But if ground floor residential makes sense on a narrow side street as you bleed from the edges of downtown into the surrounding fabric, then it makes sense. And, let's find those design elements that we want to see included, and let's work on those. Commissioner Houle and Commissioner Davenport.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm curious if Mr. Griffin can speak to whether the Planning Commission discussed any of the concerns that Commissioner Link raised when this item was being discussed on December 10th.
Not to the same degree. There was a little bit of concern about the ground floor residential and losing the commercial, but I think they wanted to understand it a little more. Planning Commission functions a little bit different than I think what Commissioner Link is referring to, with some of the ability to get to the table with them early. Planning Commission doesn't have that option. They don't get to sit down with a developer before he ever submits or she ever submits an application to us to process, to explain concerns, because they're only a recommending body. So I do think they were concerned with the way those corridors address the street. So if we're going to do residential instead of commercial, they wanted to still have a public interface. And residential is not as public, but as long as you've still got front doors and they're not in the ground or 10 feet off the ground, it still establishes a better public experience on the street.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, I guess I certainly I think agree with Mayor Gertz about trying to have more of the design guidelines for what we want built in, but until we have those, sort of like carrots and sticks. And even if this stick that brings people to the table isn't something that we ultimately think is important in every part of downtown, I'm reluctant to take away the bargaining chip, so to speak, that Commissioner Link is speaking to, until we have those other things established. That said, as far as what we can do for the North Athens and Bethel redevelopment specifically, I'm in support of that. But any changes that would be to the whole district, I'm reluctant to make.
I think Commissioner Davenport was on tap, and then Commissioner Denson.
Hey, finally. So I hear what my colleagues are saying, but I do want to say that we do have a housing crisis in Athens. I'm not adverse to ground floor residential. The more stipulation we put on developers, the less likely they're going to come and develop. And, the more housing we can put in Athens-Clarke County, the cheaper that some of these outlying housing can be. So, just keep in mind that we do have a housing crisis. And, I don't see a real issue of having ground floor housing. And just keep in mind that we have a block off of West Broad called the Landmark, and there's a lot of vacant commercial retail space currently. So just want to keep that in people's mind.
Got Commissioner Denson, then Commissioner Link.
Thank you, Mayor. And
I might have been getting confused by some of the going back and forth here, but so this policy, though, if we pass it for the ground floor residential allowance, I know, Mayor, you were talking about how, saying on some of those off streets, but this does not necessarily limit to that, right? I mean,
it does. So it says you cannot have ground floor residential on Broad, College, North, Oconee, Prince, Baldwin, Williams, or anywhere in the core of downtown. So again, this only applies in the North Downtown, West End, and River design areas, but not in the historic core, not on Broad Street proper. So, I think Brad's got the map that he's putting up now.
So it would north, West End, which is basically west of Pulaski, and then it picks up a little bit on the south side of Broad here, and then the River District here. Those are the three that it would apply to, but not along Broad Street, not along College, not along Baldwin Williams, and the other ones listed. These core areas, Daugherty Street, West, East, and the Downtown Historic District, under no situation would you be allowed to do ground floor residential, unless you came to the commission and asked for a special use permit.
I did see the list of streets there. I guess the way it was written in, I kind of thought maybe that's what it was, but it's not super clear that is what it's stating there, where it has the list of streets where I'm looking at it. Okay. And also just the counter a little bit. Well, I agree with Commissioner Davenport that we need to make sure, but I know we also are seeing kind of all of a sudden a bit of a proliferation of multifamily developments that's coming fast and furious at us. So I think at the same time we can be ensuring that we're having the ones that we actually are going to benefit the community the most. So.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
I have a quick comment on answering Commissioner Davenport's concern about affordable housing and ground floor residential. The prohibition on ground floor residential is exactly what can bring the developers to the table to compel them to include the affordable housing. If they can do this by right, there's nothing to even bring them to the table to even consider including affordable units. So that's what I'm talking about when it comes to a bargaining chip. Right now, downtown, you're not getting people doing affordable housing out of the kindness of their hearts. If we're talking downtown districts, it's high-end student housing. But if they are really, really, opposed to putting ground floor commercial in some areas and they want to come and ask us for a special use permit or a variance, then we can have a conversation and compel some of those more affordable workforce units.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for that. Brad, you want to move on to talk about the rezoning itself?
Yes, sir. Second part of this is the actual establishment of the rezoning. Right now, that property that we looked at is North Downtown generally is zoned RM2, it's zoned government, it's zoned commercial downtown, Daugherty Street, CG, CN, CN. There's a little bit of a lot in there, and I'll show you a map in just a minute. This would bring it all together into a commercial downtown zoning district with a North Downtown design overlay. 52 parcels, 50 would go into the newly approved North Downtown design area, and 5 would go into Daugherty Street. And then the North Downtown design standards in the report to reflect final recommendations, and they do at this point. So the side by side of the area that we're talking about, left is just kind of a map version, and sometimes it helps to see it in aerial form. The difference here is these are the properties here that are along Daugherty Street now. And just for reference, that's where I am. This is our building. This is the Uncommon next to it, and then Bethel to the rear. Some of these need to be rezoned. We're asking they go ahead and go into commercial downtown Daugherty Street for long-range purposes, even though right now our building, for example, is zone government. Ultimately, through long-term planning, you would have to zone it to something else, so we're asking for you to consider going ahead and doing that now. But that shows the area. Current future land uses, there are several of them, and the proposed would be to bring them all into a downtown future land use as well. And then design area, current zoning on the left and rezoning on the right. Just a couple other points of reference: fire station, health center, just as a couple. I was copied on an email today that talked about the townhouses along College, north of Hoyt Street. Those are right here on this edge of what we're proposing at this point as an overall rezone. Planning Commission recommendation was to approve, and they understand the process and that there is the much larger community involved master planning process, and certainly would very much, like to be in the loop on that. I think they understand that, it's the intention of the developers, and we've had a lot of discussions with them as well as we move through this work, that it is our expectation and their commitment to us that they will follow these standards if approved with the master plan. And that's why they've been so involved in kind of watching where we're going with them now. But ultimately, the recommendation, get it to the zoning first, and then we can move forward with the ultimate process of rezoning and going forward with the master plan. So that's before and after.
All right. Thanks, Brad. All right, this hits a bunch of different districts. So we'll start with you, Melissa, and then move on.
It's actually Ovita's district, if she'd like to start, if she has anything to say.
I really don't. We've been meeting, and everything that Brad said, I can't really add anything to it. It seems like these meetings, it's always a new element, and it's so hard to kind of. But I have no contradiction or anything to Brad's comments, but it is a moving target for sure. It is forever changing.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, I have no problem with this rezone to commercial downtown for the vast majority of this property. The vast majority of it is in that North Downtown Bethel redevelopment project, or it's ACC-owned properties. I believe the Indigo Hotel is in here too. That's already a characteristic downtown building. But I would like to develop a CDO that keeps those townhomes and that cluster of homes behind the Linden House with their current zoning. I believe that if we were to rezone those to commercial downtown, we will put a big fat target on those properties for acquisition by private developers to redevelop them into luxury student housing by right. And those townhomes are functioning as affordable housing right now. I actually have a friend who lives in one of them, and we would see folks displaced. We would welcome gentrification with wide open arms if we were to rezone those privately owned properties. So I'm going to ask for a CDO that goes ahead with the rezoning, except for those to College Avenue. Well, I guess the townhomes are multiple properties and the houses are multiple price, but I believe it's an RM2 stretch. And I think those houses for some reason are commercial office zoned, which doesn't make sense to me, even though they're fairly new construction.
I'll be glad to work on that with Melissa, but Brad, when this came up, like I said, it's a moving target. Wasn't there a letter or letters that came from residents, and I don't know if they were owners or renters now that I think about it, that supported the zoning change? But I do agree with Melissa. Let me get that out front. But wasn't there some type of correspondence we got about the zoning change? And maybe I'm just imagining this.
I can tell you, Commissioner, we had one owner of one of the townhouses that came to the Planning Commission meeting inquiring about it because she had received a letter, and she didn't make a strong statement pro or con, but was just interested in it. I honestly, I'll be happy to go back and look. I don't remember a lot of input one way or the other from these property owners along College. Yeah, and one other thing you could certainly leave it. The property, this commercial office on the north corner there, that was done prior to the ordinance amendment that no longer allowed ground floor residential in commercial zones. That was one of the last ones that went through before we changed that ordinance. RM2 would be where it would stay for the townhouses. I guess one other option, just from a value added standpoint to the property owners in there, you possibly could be a logical place to consider an RM3 zoning change, which would be still 25% of the commercial downtown density, but twice as much as what's allowed currently. So something to think about, but by all means, a commission defined option here would work if that's what you wanted to do. I think those townhouses were probably the one area that there was a little bit of questions from the planning commission too, in terms of whether or not at the end of the day it was totally appropriate. So I'll just leave it at that, and y'all can certainly deliberate on it and do what you wish.
Yeah,
I also have concerns.
I would like to do that with just to ensure the integrity of this whole project, because we know what the concerns are. But yeah, I would like to work on that with Commissioner Link.
Okay, good, Oviedo. We'll touch base.
Okay.
Thanks, Brad, for referencing RM3 as an option along that stretch. I mean, I think there's some validity to that. You know, as you think about it, it's a fairly narrow stretch. Obviously, it abuts the Linden House property. Those townhomes are an interesting assemblage. You've got some, very well situated property owners who take good care of the property. Some not so much. A couple of those have been short-term rentals, Airbnbs or the like, in recent years. Mostly rentals, just a couple of resident homeowners. I think this may predate much of the commission, but there was a challenge with even mail delivery there for a while when a couple of folks were not maintaining their front yards, and they were getting so heavily overgrown that the postal worker wouldn't pass. The mail has now been consolidated into a single box at the rear of the building, but an interesting stretch of residential properties, to say the least. Brad, I appreciate your shop and everything they've done to shepherd this, and thanks to the Planning Commission as we move forward with the redevelopment of this part of town.
Yes, sir.
All right. 2400 and 2480 Lexington Road is up next.
Okay. It is a plan development request. There's a little bit of commercial general frontage. A teeny bit of it is in the airport overlay zone. And then RS8 zoning for the balance of the property to a commercial general / RM2A airport overlay plan development. And because we looked at one of these last month in the airport zone that was really in the airport zone, this one's just honestly got a little bitty strip. I'll try to show you that as we move through this process. Does not impact any of the development of this property at all. Proposal is the construction of 501 residential units, a little over 1,000 beds total, with I think it's about 10,000 square feet of commercial construction across 3 parcels in the front. Mixture of apartment flats, garden style, and cottage style duplexes. 868 parking spaces, and it would require a change in the future land use category from traditional neighborhood, which the vast majority of this area along the south side of Lexington currently is, to a mixed density residential classification in order to get that expanded RM zoning in place. There are waivers associated with this, and won't go through all of them, but a little bit of a decrease in parking, some building height increases, and a little bit of increase in the residential RM2 underlying density from 24 beds to a little over almost 26 beds an acre. And you see the property here, currently 3 parcels. Here's a good opportunity for me to show you this. That's the part of the property in the airport overlay in the transition zone. So it really does not, we're not dealing with the same thing we were dealing with last month on the property that you looked at then. Majority of this is all zoned currently RS8 and would go to RM2. Undeveloped. And then future land use on the left, traditional neighborhood, and it would go to a mixed density residential if approved. Site plan. And it's kind of divided up into several components. The commercial buildings are down here, and it's kind of been stated throughout that it's their intention to not build these until a later phase, but did make a commitment that the area within the small parcel boundary would remain undisturbed until such time that they were built. And then a mixture of garden style apartments here. These three buildings, market rate, that would go along with these units in the back. Largely, these are the duplex style cottages that have become so popular with a lot of the infill housing that you're seeing. General trend on these is largely student rental in terms of the end product, but that doesn't mean somebody else could not certainly live in them. The affordable component that is built into this at this point is up here along the frontage in Building A. And that is, there was a lot of discussion at the Planning Commission about this component, when it would be built. There's a different partner in this project that would be developing the affordable component or the workforce component here that would be building out the rest. The applicants that we're dealing with directly at this point, they're the builders of this back part. The more market style, it'd be a different developer on hand to do this. Our report to the Planning Commission, we felt it was really, really important that, part of what they're proposing and offering as part of a significant density increase on this property from RS8 to RM2 was this workforce housing component. We wanted to make sure that, if this is approved, that it would be nice to have some kind of condition put in place that required that workforce housing be built, for example, in the first phase. We have real concerns that, and it's not that they don't have a commitment to do it, but if for some reason there's a problem with the developer in the front, we end up with an extremely large student housing project with no real carrot to go along with it until a later phase, if and when. So would certainly encourage you, if you support this and approve it, to strongly consider requiring that workforce housing be built at the beginning or in some very early stage of the overall project. And I'll get some other concerns in just a minute. Here's kind of an aerial rendering of it. And just, again, workforce housing here along Lexington. These are the two commercial buildings. And then from this point back is more of the market rate apartments, and then more of the bungalow or cottage style student housing in the very back. Some elevations. Then the recommendation from the Planning Commission is to deny the requested PD. They were not entirely opposed. I mean, they were involved in the corridor studies and some of the other studies that have occurred throughout the past several years on Lexington Road as well. And they weren't necessarily opposed to this type of density. They just had real concerns that it was being driven on a parcel by parcel rezoning versus really having an opportunity to look at the corridor comprehensively. One of the things that a project like this would do, for example, in conjunction with Lexington Road corridor study, that corridor study, the Connect Athens study, called for a node to be developed somewhere between Gaines School and Barnett Shoals along the corridor. It's kind of to assist in some slowing of traffic and to create a kind of a commercial node somewhere. And there were some maps that insinuated to a certain extent that it may be a good idea for that node to also be at the location for long-term connection down to Barnett Shoals, which was also something that was shown from a connectivity standpoint. The approval of this proposes a traffic signal. Probably would need one for 1,000 beds, but that may, just as an example, it may go ahead and lock in and dictate where that node is going to be placed before we have a real opportunity to determine if, in fact, that's the best location for the signalized point along Lexington Road to go. I mean, those are the types of things that the Planning Commission, I think, recognized that they really would like an opportunity to look comprehensively at the corridor, look at the overall comprehensive plan in terms of this type of housing to make sure they're putting it in the right place. They also had a lot of concerns with the workforce housing component. There was, and we learned a lot from talking to the applicant, and he was very, very open with us during that meeting. Would encourage you to go back and watch this one. This one was at the January meeting, not the December meeting. But there are two separate developers. There was concern from the Planning Commission that it appeared to be kind of an isolated proposal, to where the workforce component was all up front in one area and not really integrated in with the rest of the housing, even to the extent that many of the amenities that are proposed as part of the market rate apartments would not be offered to the residents of the workforce housing, just because of separate ownerships and liabilities and things that make sense. But I think they had a lot of concerns with that type of a development product being proposed as part of a PD. And then again, as we've mentioned many times tonight, just, this is another 1,000 beds of multifamily during a time period where we're pushing 11,000 beds of new multifamily that have either been built or being permitted or in rezoning right now over the last 3 years, which is certainly a concern from staff in terms of that many units coming on board at one time. So having said all that, the Planning Commission recommended not to approve this, and it was a unanimous vote.
All right, this is in District 2, so I want to give Commissioner Parker first opportunity to discuss this.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Brad, for illuminating some of the concerns among the Planning Commission and I believe planning staff with regards to this project moving forward ahead of us having a comprehensive forward plan. I hadn't really thought about things like how this might kind of lock us into some of that nodal development that we are looking for along Lexington, but might not be ideal, and it just remains to be seen without that comprehensive plan in place. But I'll go ahead and talk a little bit about what I like about the project, some recent developments with regards to feedback received from the Planning Commission. That developers reached out to me earlier today to let me know they'd be amenable to including in the project to allay some of those concerns, as well as just some additional concerns that I may have and that I really welcome feedback on from my fellow commissioners. So, as Commissioner Lee was talking about with regards to just our ability to negotiate community benefits and benefits for the working people of Athens. I've been meeting with these developers to try to see how, if they're trying to bring a plan development forward, we can get some things for an area that is seeing a real tight squeeze with regards to housing. Neighborhoods like mine rapidly gentrifying, and thinking about how we can take some pressure off the housing market by having some workforce housing components included in what is otherwise a pretty large scale, mostly in market rate student oriented project. Through negotiations, I think some good things have emerged. I think getting that signalized intersection, which the developers, I don't know if they said this previously or if this is just in the email that they sent to me earlier today, would pay for that signalized intersection there at Lexington Road. There's going to be a community garden on site planned, 1 mile public nature trail around the site that'll be open to access to all the contributions to a multi-use path along the frontage of the site, as well as a new bus stop. The way that the new commercial space on Lexington Road could help create some of that nodal development, whether or not it's the most ideal or not. And actually, I have a couple of questions for Brad about that. And then, as well, this is in the TAD area for Lexington Road, and so there's long-term assessed value and property tax revenue for Athens-Clarke County generated through having that density bump associated with the project. I guess these developers have met with some of you all over the last couple of days, and based on your feedback and the feedback of the Planning Commission, put together what they call the CDO. I think they're just trying to capture like your feedback and like put together, put forward some concessions that they're amenable to. And so I just want to talk about those really quick. Dedicating a 10-foot public right-of-way easement along the property edge, directly abutting Lexington Road for the purpose of that multi-use path or public sidewalk. With regards to concerns about exclusion of folks living in the workforce housing from the usage of the market rate amenities, they will actually allow all members of the multifamily development to access the market rate amenities. So like the pool, the gyms, like all of those amenity areas will be accessible to everyone, which wasn't a part of the plan when they brought this before the Planning Commission. And at the end, I actually have some questions about the enforceability of some of these, Brad. For example, the next thing they brought up was providing 4 electric charging stations within the designated parking areas for the benefit of residents within the proposed development. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that as a part of a planned development before, and just wondering if that's something we do or like something we can sort of hold them to.
I mean, with regard to the charging, I mean, we built in
specifically, yeah.
We built in some language into the ordinance anticipating electric vehicles. It's probably been 8 or 10. It was when Richard White was still here, so it's been several years back that it allows not only for any development in Athens-Clarke County to install those charging stations, but they also don't count against their parking cap that so many run into. So they could do it as additional parking. Now how they choose to utilize those I've never used one, but I'm sure there is some kind of a fee, to plug into one and use it, but I don't know that because this was not something they discussed with us. But to take a half a dozen or 4 or whatever the number is of their current parking spaces within their development and put charging stations on them, that's not an issue with us at all.
Yeah, and I don't know if that would be for the rest of the commission either. But if that wasn't something that came up in our discussions, I imagine someone gave them that feedback and then inspired them to include that in here. So I just wanted to bring that up and just pose that question really briefly. With regards to the affordability of the workforce housing units, they're going to be held by deed restriction to ensure perpetual, and that they remain workforce housing in perpetuity, and that the administrative oversight for that would be conducted by the Athens Land Trust through an administrative oversight agreement. Now, I do not believe that they have that in writing yet. They've simply spoken with the Athens Land Trust, who has verbally agreed to interest in entering into that agreement. And so if we were to move ahead with this, I would like to have that in writing, in that agreement, signed and bound as part of this project as a whole. 2 more things really quickly. I know I'm going over my time, but there's a lot of complexity with this project, I feel. So the developer agrees that the proposed workforce housing will be completed as part of phase 1 in response to some of planning concerns. I already mentioned the signalized intersection. So they're willing to work with us to, maximize community benefits here. I hear loud and clear some of the concerns among the Planning Commission that us haphazardly throwing down tons of housing in this area without sort of looking long term about like what we would like to see along this corridor. I've heard that concern echoed by some of the residents in the area. It's not a concern. I'm open to hearing from my fellow commissioners on that matter, as it's not a concern I share very highly. I think that we have security guidance from the studies that have been done before. We've heard from other commissioners that we do a lot of studies and then we don't make a lot of action. And I know the folks in this area are looking for that neighborhood feel of getting that, more high density development that will attract commercial, incentivize building those sidewalks and things like that will give Lexington Road that vibrancy and sense of place it deserves. So that's just kind of where I'm at on that. But the real catch for me is that this PD aims to set aside, I think, 15% of the units as workforce housing defined as between 60 and 120% of the area median income, which according to the gig study is an area where we have a lot of pressure in the housing market right now. We just do not have a lot of housing being built for folks in that income gap or income level. It's not super low income, but those are the kinds of folks that are moving into the neighborhood where I live, and it's a traditionally Black and working class neighborhood, and it's not anymore because these folks don't have any other places where they can, rent or buy. That being said, they have requested and sent out to us a proposal requesting some tax allocation district monies to bring the percentage set aside up to 31%. That's really the level I would feel most comfortable moving ahead with this proposal with. If we're putting in 1,000 bedrooms, I feel like 31% set aside is not a huge ask. But we are still kind of waiting for the governance structures for these citizens advisory committees to come forward. I don't feel super comfortable in moving ahead with saying we can commit those dollars without getting the input of that body, because I know it's been very important to us and very important to people who advocated for the TADs to have a voice in that. And so I just kind of feel a little bit rushed on this. I would love to get that feedback from them in order to feel confident that that investment in the 30% set aside for workforce housing is worthwhile, and confident in approving this project. And so I welcome feedback from my fellow commissioners on that as well. A last thing of note, that's something I also heard in meeting with residents of Shady Brook, the adjacent street. They're giving up what they feel like is a nature preserve in their backyard for this development. And if they're going to do that, they want to see that it's going to have a maximum benefit for working people that are currently being pushed out by gentrification. And so it really mattered to them in that conversation that we get as much workforce housing as possible out of this project. So I know we just approved the new rules of 3 minutes, but I had a lot to say on this, and that's just where I'm at. I really would just love to get some new perspectives on this, having kind of been going just back and forth with these folks for a few months, and other viewpoints on this development are certainly.
All right, I'm going to turn to Commissioners Link and then Denson and Myers and Houle.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Parker, for all that clarification, because, I took a look at this on paper and it looks like exactly the kind of development that, we're kind of looking for, this workforce housing element, this mixed density on a corridor that's in need of some development. I was wondering why the Planning Commission turned it down unanimously. I like what you're talking about with, the developer funding that stoplight. We know that Lexington Road needs that traffic calming. I think that, that kind of traffic calming could help spur further desirable development along the corridor. And I'm wondering if, I presume that they would be obligated to build that shared use path on Lexington Highway. Is that correct, or is there already sidewalk in that particular stretch?
As a condition for approval, they're amenable to is building or dedicating a 10-foot public right-of-way easement for the sidewalk. I guess it needs to be clarified whether or not they actually are going to build the sidewalk.
Yeah. I think that would be something that we could ask for, because Lexington Highway is a huge, long stretch. It's going to be extremely expensive to build that shared use path fully connected. But as far as the location, this is, really close to shopping and jobs and services. There's lots of public transit here. If that shared use path can get built, then, it's bikeable. I am interested in getting those agreements. And, I can see how, this kind of increase in density could seem a little off-putting, but it's exactly these kind of pockets of increased density that can add those pockets of vibrancy to spur that development, which, we all know Lexington Road needs. I think there's a lot to like about it. Of course, it's obvious that, this will probably end up being mostly student housing, but with that workforce requirement, you will get livable homes for regular folks in there. And I'm not opposed to moving some of this denser student housing development beyond downtown. I really feel like downtown is getting overwhelmed with student housing. It's kind of turning into a student exclusive ghetto and driving out other patrons. So, I am for spreading out some of this student development, and I feel like those students with their pockets full of cash can help spread it around the rest of the community rather than keeping it fully concentrated downtown, and they can help spur some, more desirable development throughout town. So I don't know. I'm liking this project.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Denson was up next.
Thank you, Mayor. I am happy to hear Commissioner Parker report some of these things that the developers said they're amenable to. I did watch the Planning Commission meeting also, and while it was unanimous against, I'd say at least half of the Planning Commission members all spoke to how they very much liked this idea in general. And they're saying things about how they thought this was the kind of development that they wanted to be able to see on this side of town. And it seemed like it was, honestly, watching the video, it seemed like it was one of those situations where it could have possibly gone unanimous approval or unanimous unapproval, just like the momentum took it one direction, and for good reason. They had good concerns. And some of those have already been addressed, definitely like the segregation kind of the workforce housing. There was a lot of concern around that, and it seems like that's been dealt with a bit here. And the workforce housing not being built in the first phase, sounds like that's been dealt with here. What hasn't is definitely the idea that this area has thoroughly been studied and has a plan in place, which is true. But I think that complaint exists for potentially a majority of Athens-Clarke County. It definitely does for my side of town, and too. I mean, we're talking about Jefferson Corridor or Atlanta Highway. I mean, all these places don't have finished plans yet. And so if that's the reason we're going to use to deny things, I think we have to deny most applications. So to me, that is not a strong enough reason to go against this if we think that this is the kind of development that we want to be seeing, which, and I agree with Commissioner Parker on wanting to get that extra bit of workforce housing up, the additional 54 units. Which I understand is dependent upon the TAD funding, and that I don't understand how we get through this time problem that we have here. But what is becoming apparent, right, is that now these TADs have existed for just a handful of weeks, days at this point. I don't even know if they technically exist yet, if everything's been finished, right?
They do.
They do. Okay, they technically exist, but only for days. And already with this days of these things being actually existent, we're already talking about spending money for the second time. So if nothing, that shows to me that we really need to prioritize getting these committees created and the community benefit agreements that we're going to actually operate them by. That obviously needs to be a number one priority if we're talking about them 2 times in our first meeting since they've existed. And so I don't know if there's a way that we could fast track that process and possibly delay voting on this till we could have something and possibly in place where we could decide if we want to give that funding to create another 54 workforce housing units. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, I think this is the kind of development that I'd like to see in that corridor.
Thanks, Tim. Commissioner Myers.
Hey, thank you. First, thank you, Commissioner Parker, for going over that whole thing with all the additions in there. I did watch the Planning Commission meeting of this, and then I did end up talking to the developer this week as well, thus the EV charging stations. And just as Commissioner Jensen said, the Planning Commission was really very positive about this development. In fact, I would say the mood with which Commissioner Link ended her comments just before was, echoed. That sounded very much like planning commissioner after planning commissioner in what they were saying. And the question, and again, this probably goes back to Brad, the talk of the comprehensive corridor planning. Again, that was the reason they didn't vote for it. And the question I have again is when is that going to start happening? In particular, they were asking about it with the Lexington corridor. I did see how and hear the comments from people about the impact on the neighborhood. I did talk to another landowner close by, a little bit removed, but close by, who had seen a lot of changes. And I see that this will be, there will be development here. It's just how the development will happen, what kind of protection the neighbors had, and then perhaps as Commissioner Parker pointed out, whether or not they see the benefits to the larger community. Concerning the TAD funding, I'd really like to see the numbers on that again. I know the developer talked to me about it, and then after I got off, I was like, how is that working? Because I thought when Mayor Gertz shared the TAD numbers, or perhaps that was Manager Williams, about the different areas, it was actually a pretty small percent, because that would be collected, a small amount of money that was being collected every year. So I would like to see more specifics on that, because I remember thinking how little of a multi-use path you'd get on the east side from that TAD. So I need to see those numbers again and what they were projecting there.
I can talk about that in a minute, Commissioner.
Okay, and I'd love the increase to 35%. Is that more overall, or is that a higher percentage of what they're laying out now? So that's a question I have. I like the fact that there is access here to the alternative transportation and to the bus station along Lexington, the buses along there. One of the things I was perplexed about was the fact that we had to, they actually had to increase the parking. And again, I'm new to this zoning and planning, but they had to increase the parking from what they originally had, because that was a requirement of our zoning, even though it's on a bus route and they're going to have a van bring students to the university. And I was like, why did they have to have all that parking if the developer's willing to have less, because they think that the students who will be there will be using these others forms of transportation? And I thought it was really interesting that just yesterday I saw that South Bend, Illinois just removed all off-street parking minimums from their developments. So that's something to think about for the future. Thank the developers for thinking about the EV charging station. I was convincing them that all the students would have them in 10 years. And I think that actually, having a development like this, if we did agree to it, is more reason for seeing those multi-use lanes, paths along Lexington Road. I rode my bike over there from my side of town, which I'm off of College Station. It was only about 4 miles. So it's probably just about 1.5 miles, 2 miles to get from there up to the Publix grocery store area over in that area. So those are just my thoughts about it. I understand the need for the comprehensive corridor plan. I like what they're doing. I like the workforce housing. So I'll be excited to see where this goes.
Thanks. Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. So the developer reached... Oh. Sorry, y'all. I realized that I've been trading ears because my ears are getting sore, and I had my microphone ear out. Sorry. So the developer had reached out to me as well, and they seemed, I would say, not only open but eager to talk with us as a body. And and also more of y'all individually if you would like. So I guess, relatedly, I would love for us to find a way to perhaps allow for public comment in meetings again in a greater capacity somehow, so that these information exchanges can happen a bit more transparently, as they might, in past pre-COVID days. But taking them on their word, they do seem eager to try to make some good things happen that would really benefit the community, both in terms of affordability on site and some publicly accessible amenities. They shared with me a lot of what it sounds like they shared with Commissioner Parker in their draft of a CDO. So I'm curious to see, an actual CDO come forward, but I imagine we'll probably need some time to dig through that. To share my concerns, based on what I understand so far, I'm concerned about the wide range of definition around affordability, 60 to 120% AMI. I'd like to know if there's a way, and this is maybe a conversation to have with someone at the land trust, but to make sure that at least some percentage of those units are in that lower range of 60 to 120. Because if we approve something on the condition that has to be 60 to 120 and then everything clocks in at 110 and 120, I don't feel like that really provides the same benefit. And then certainly I would like to see those agreements with the land trust or the deed restrictions they're talking about in writing, to make sure that anything we're binding to this is actually something we've been able to scrutinize and, maybe have our attorneys look at. And I do have some concerns also about how they're going to make the affordable units work here. It seemed like what the land trust had worked out with the developer we had discussed last month was that there would be a certain number of units, and then if someone's income improved, they could stay in that unit, and another unit elsewhere on the site would become an affordably designated unit, and their rent would just go up in accordance with their income. But here it sounds like they're tying them to the units themselves, which makes me think that we might end up in that situation where we're providing affordable units, but if someone betters their economic situation, then they also have to move out, which isn't, I think, ideal. So just would like to understand how that agreement might work. And some of the other questions folks have already raised. I did have a few questions myself. One, I've heard people raise concerns about sewer capacity. And when I mentioned this in my conversation with them earlier today, they sent me a JPEG of something that didn't really seem to me to actually clarify whether there is or is not. But the JPEG says on item 6 of something that the Athens-Clarke County Public Utilities Department comments that adequate water and sanitary sewer services are available for this development. I don't, if anybody here can confirm whether that's true or not, or
Brad may be able to mention the report from Public Utilities.
Whenever these come in, we always send out to our traffic department, transportation, public works, stormwater, utilities. The utilities department did review this, and they commented that adequate water and sanitary sewer services are available for this development. So,
thanks. And did that, when they were reviewing it, did that include the TAD application that would increase the overall number of units?
The way this thing is set up, and that's a discussion that we haven't had with them yet. The number that they've always given us was that 60-something number. I'm assuming that if they choose to go from the 15% to the 30%, that means that they are offsetting another percentage of their otherwise market rate units towards affordable instead of market rate. Because this is being done as a PD, they can't add another 15% to the top without coming back through the amendment process because there's no place to put them. My assumption is, which may provide you with a little more flexibility, ultimately you approve a plan development that is 15% and 85% market, and later on down the road, when before they go to construction under a different agreement, you agree to go to 30%. As long as they're putting those other workforce units in an existing building that was part of the PD, I don't even think that's an amendment. You're just changing the market there. At a minimum, it's a 15-day send around to you just to get confirmation that you all are in support of increasing the percentage, which I know you are. So that part may be easy. Adding 15% to the top is not going to be easy after this gets approved.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Griffin. And I guess, that relates to me. The this is our first TAD application, right? And I think as new as that might be for everybody, super extra new feeling for me. Are we going to have an opportunity at some point to maybe dig into how this process with TAD applications will work?
Yes, and Manager Williams and I have had a lot of conversations about that, and have a prospective calendar for implementation of those citizen review bodies that then ultimately would arrive at the mayor and commission as the redevelopment powers authority. And Blaine, you could talk a little bit about what that calendar looks like.
Yes, I'm waiting on some comments back from the attorney, but basically what we'll share with you is to repeat back to you the language that you approved in the redevelopment areas with regard to the governance, which I call, the resident TAD advisory committees and the redevelopment agency. You'll also remember that the school district has agreed to participate in the mall TAD, and they wanted some representation as well. So we'll capture all that for you, and with some suggestions on how else the resident committee may work, and get some feedback from y'all on what that could look like, and then we can firm that up. We were, this is a great conversation for us to hear, because I wasn't quite sure where this might go with the denial. And so we're watching this very closely, but we want to go ahead and get the infrastructure set up. It may be this project, it may be the next one, but we want to be prepared. So you'll be getting some information this week to look at and respond to.
Okay, thanks, y'all. Yeah, I guess maybe what I'm trying to gauge here is part of what seems to make this, potentially more appealing is the addition of more affordable units to get us to 30% affordable units, but we'd be using the TAD money to get there. And so I guess there's a part of me that just feels hesitant to move forward on approving this without having a strong sense of whether we'd also be likely to approve the TAD. But I guess what I'm hearing from Director Griffin is that the TAD application wouldn't be we could approve this. I guess would we have to require that they maintain the application, that they don't rescind the application for the TAD or something? Would that be a condition we could put on this to ensure that remains a possibility for us down the road?
Well, I can speak to that, Mayor, if it's okay.
Please.
I think that with their TAD application, they are seeking some of the funding that would be generated by the taxes that they would create with the value of the property. So that would be a separate agreement. And as Planning Director Griffin pointed out, that really has to do with that workforce development component at the front towards Lexington Road. You've heard the concerns the Planning Commission had about that. I think, if you were going to approve the zoning, I don't think it would preempt anything with the subsequent TAD agreement, because they're looking for incentives they're saying, but for your assistance through the TAD dollars being returned to the project, we can't build a workforce development piece of this. Does that make sense, Commissioner?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to understand is if we went ahead and approved this, could they then pull the TAD proposal, and then the opportunity for us to get that additional workforce housing would be lost? Or is there a way for us to ensure that application remains?
Well, I would say, and Mr. Griffin, I would say that they could have this approved and not build a portion of it, irrespective of the TAD. Is that right? I mean, could they get this approved and not create phases and just never build phase 2, if you will?
I mean, what's on the table right now from a zoning standpoint and a plan development is, a plan development that includes 67 workforce units up in the front as part of the zoning. Take the TAD out of it, take the funding out of it, all of that. They've committed to 15% total as workforce housing. What I'm hearing is that what they've come back to you and asked for is they're willing to do an additional 15% of the total overall number as workforce for the offset in the funding from the TAD. So at the end of the day, they're still going to end up with 1,050 bedrooms, but 30% of them will be workforce instead of 15%. I mean, they're still going to have to go in the same buildings that are shown on the site plan today. It's just perhaps one of those garden style buildings will no longer be market rate. It'll be another workforce, or ideally there will be another 15% of the units integrated into many of the, market rate buildings, as a component instead of all housed in one building. But I think that's all a separate agreement later. The one thing that you can do to build a little time by ordinance is you could certainly hold this for consideration until your March meeting to give you an extra month. You wouldn't have to send it back to the Planning Commission. You wouldn't have to do anything. You just simply would vote to hold in February, and it would come back to you in March. But I view that extra 15% as something, and would honestly prefer to keep it something separate than the actual rezoning, if possible.
Okay, yeah, this helps. And I think I just need some time to digest it. But in short, I guess I'm thinking of like the 15% affordable unit seems part of like a condition we're making for approval. And if the goal is to try to make that 30, just being able to retain that as a condition that they're bound to is, I guess, the question. I'm probably just, I might go back and rewatch this video after. But I guess I'll save my other questions for a future meeting probably, or maybe after others go. In short, I think that what they've suggested to myself, and it sounds like a lot of others in the past couple of days, sounds really appealing, but I'd really want to see all that laid out in writing, and for everyone on this body to be able to see all that laid out in writing before we really move forward trying to make a decision. And so I think more time is where I'm leaning.
Thanks, everyone. Just before I move on to others, I want to weigh in on a couple of elements. Just on the financial front, Commissioner Myers, you asked a good question regarding the prospective rise in the value of the tax allocation districts that were passed last year. And that prospective rise was based on only existing structures that are on the ground right now, and our recognition that there will be some modest rise that happens year after year. It doesn't account for new construction. New construction, of course, offers a big bump in the rise of the value of the district, which is, of course, what you hope for when you establish a TAD. And so that significant rise, in part under this proposed development, would be fed back into this development so that you underwrite the cost of some of those units, thus creating more affordability. But there also would be new dollars that would rise out of this that could fund other things. Obviously, we talked about the Cherokee project earlier this evening, and that would be an example of a kind of thing that could be funded if we were to borrow that future new revenue that would come out of a project like this. Holistically, I want to say I think this is the kind of thing that we need, and I really appreciate Commissioner Parker's ongoing engagement with the developer to get us really, the real estate folks use this phrase often, a higher and better version of a development than we would have seen. I don't have a problem with the density. I want to point out a couple of pieces of data to everybody if they're not already familiar. I encourage you to look at a UGA publication that comes out annually called the UGA Fact Book, and it provides you with a longitudinal look back at rise in student population. So over the last decade, UGA has increased their student population by 4,500 students. That's 4,500 students. In the prior decade, they increased their student population by 3,500 students. I've been in conversation over the last month with UGA administration that they anticipate a continued rise in student population by a few hundred a year. So we just know that those are bodies that are going to be in the community that are going to have to go somewhere. And as I think Commissioner Parker mentioned in her comments, those students can sometimes put pressure on neighborhoods that have historically been single-family zoned areas. And so this is a way to relieve some of that pressure. The other piece of data that's important to keep in mind is that there are 40,000 people who come into Athens to work every day from outside this community. And so those are people who have to split their time and spend time on the road, spend time burning fuel, and in some ways socially spend time splitting their allegiance between the community where they work and the community where they may live and send their children to school. I think some of this was recognized in the GIC report when it highlighted affordable rental housing as the top goal among a multitude of goals for affordability, but the top one. So that this could make a dent there is notable. And while, I certainly recognize that all of us as planners, really, we are planning professionals as part of this job, have the ideal place where we would like to see a signalized intersection or a commercial node. What I don't want to get us caught in is this loop of analysis paralysis where one study begets another and then another and then another. I think this does make a good positive dent. Now, I think that Commissioner Hoole's comments a couple minutes ago, enumerating these development agreements in a written document that's easy to read and understandable, I think benefits all of us and benefits the public and benefits the developer too. But I'm eager, I think, like many of you, to move forward with installment of that TAD advisory body, so that we can have this be our guinea pig, prospectively. So thanks everybody for your input and comments. I want to circle back to anybody else who wants to provide some more feedback and just a programming note. We'll take a 5-minute break after this discussion. So Commissioner Myers and Hoole.
Just a clarification for me, and it is getting late, so I'm trying to put everything together. Has this then turned into a project-specific TAD?
No, it's still an area TAD.
Okay, that's our area.
But they're a developer who would look for a benefit from the TAD.
Okay.
That would be funded through the prospect of new value that they are creating.
Yeah, and we definitely need some clarification on that workforce housing and where the increase would be. I talked to the developers over a week ago, and it was clear there was going to be like one owner for the workforce housing and one for the other housing. And that was one of the reasons why you couldn't get into the big pool from the workforce housing. Clearly, there have been some changes since then, so that needs to be clarified where that increase in workforce housing would go. Because that didn't, and one of the reasons for the separation was that the kind of loans that would be needed for the workforce housing meant that this company as specializes would do it. So it seems somewhat different than it was a week ago in terms of those details. So I agree with Commissioner Hoole that we need to see this written down. That's it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Hoole.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for kind of elaborating on the glut of affordable and workforce housing that we have in this community. I'm hopeful too that we can get hopefully this or something like it and many more in here soon to provide people affordable places to live. And I'm especially concerned about affordability for folks who are in those much lower brackets of area median income. I had a kind of a totally different question. Somewhere in the dusty annals of my mind, there's a street that I think was being discussed that might connect, I think it's Barnett Shoals and Lexington around Deacle Lake. And I'm just curious if Manager Williams or Director Griffin could speak to if that is still a road that's being discussed and if this development would somehow interfere with that idea or perhaps augment that idea.
You want me to start with that one?
Sure.
I don't mean to open a giant can of worms this late, but
within the Connect Athens quarter studies, there was a proposal. But again, anytime you're talking about this type of a connecting road going across another planned development in the Deacle property, that is a very, very long-term proposal. So it's not something that's currently being planned or proposed. The point that I was trying to make, and again, and I think y'all have touched on it, eloquently, long-term projections, a traffic signal at this location may impact our ability to get one if and when we ever get that connecting road because of separation distance between the two of them. Because really the proposed connection location on Lexington, you've got this property, and then immediately to the east, you've got the Shady Brook neighborhood. And then the next property to the east of Shady Brook was where they were showing the general location of this connecting road. So you may end up with two close together. But I mean, we're also talking about something that may not happen in the next 20 years. So I think it's worth pointing out just so you have that information when you make your decision. But it is not as if it is something that we're in concept designs already on building and we could all of a sudden mess it up. It's a very long-term proposal.
Okay. And in short, the property that we're talking about here is not where that road was envisioned going through.
No.
Even if, okay.
It's close, but it's not the property.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any others? All right.
Really quick, if anyone wants to get with me to formalize, to see that those conditions are formalized in writing, or add anything to that, the CDO, I guess, or conditions for approval that we'd like to see, just let me know. But thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right. By my clock, it's 10:21. Everybody, let's take a big old 9-minute break. Come back at 10:30. Continue the rest of the meeting. Thanks, y'all. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the monthly Mayor and Commission work session of Athens-Clarke County, or excuse me, the agenda setting meeting on the 19th of January. And we have 3 planning and zoning items that remain. So I'm going to turn it back to Planning Director Brad Griffin.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Next item is a special use request in our commercial general zone with conditions, an amendment to an existing commercial general zoning designation with conditions. There's also a variance included with this. So when you get it next at your voting meeting in February, you'll have 3 separate actions that you need to take. Special use for ground floor residential in a CG zone, 280 dwellings, 460 bedrooms. Pretty standard, just, market rate type multifamily project. It's located out behind the Space Kroger, off between 29 and 72. There is a variance associated with the special use to waive the public plaza standards, given that it will all be residential and not commercial. And then the zoning amendment, there was a previous interconnection requirement to the adjacent parcel to the north that really is unfeasible at this point due to some site constraints, and I'll show you that in a minute as well. So here's the property. Little pre-development, but for those of you familiar with the area, the new Northside package store sits right here. The dentist office, Dunkin' Donuts, this is the area that's currently developing along Highway 29. This property, its southern frontage that I'm showing here would be the edge of the right-of-way of the connector road that would extend across from Highway 29, ultimately coming out here. Long-term projections to come out at the light here at Voiles, but right now they're proposing to build it as far as across the frontage of this. There was a connection requirement into some property up here that has really been eliminated based on this stormwater pond that was built a few years ago. Commercial general business, future development, commercial general zoning, site plan, it's a fairly conventional multifamily project. And you see there the proposed road that I was talking about a minute ago coming across the site here. This corner is where the package store is, just for a reference point. So the road right now is built to here. It would be extended on to this point. Long-term plan would take it on in this direction, which would be the portion of the road that would ultimately connect at Voiles, at Fresh Air Barbecue in Modern Body. There is a second option to go this direction as well. Neither one of these two, according to the developer, are things that they can build because they don't have proper control of those parcels at this point to build them. Just another view of the proposed development. Some elevations. Planning Commission recommendation was for approval to amend the interconnection. They voted to approve the variance to the public plaza standards as well, and then also approval of the special use permit, and it was a unanimous vote.
Thanks, Brad. Ovita is in District 9.
Yeah, I talked to the developers last year, and I like the concept and the plan. I don't think there's going to be real concerns in that area where we're talking about. It's very sparsely developed. This plan is good because the only thing I got to remember, Brad, I thought these were going to be workforce housing units. Is that not correct?
I mean, they've indicated workforce housing, but I don't recall any real specific standards associated with it. It's very similar to the one that y'all approved 6 or 7 months ago over across 29 behind McDonald's.
And that is exactly my concern. And I like the plan. In my district, I would like to make sure we do have either set aside units for low income, and I would like to be spelled out about it being affordable. The reason why this housing complex is good for this area, there is very close to a lot of the industries in that area, the industrial park. So it does provide housing for working families that are in that neighborhood. I thought about housing being provided for students at Athens Tech, but most of the students at Athens Tech live in surrounding counties. But the housing would serve a great asset for employees in that industrial park area. But I'd really like to have some, I would really like to make sure they'll be able to afford to live there too. So right now I'm kind of, I feel kind of bad because first I said I really supported this, but the more I'm thinking about it, I do remember I thought we talked about workforce housing. But I would like to, I will look back into that. Right now I'm good. Anything else different, I would get back with before the vote.
Thanks, Commissioner. Other input on this item? Commissioner Myers.
I do have a question. There a lot. I listened to this discussion as well with the Planning Commission, and I know there's a lot of talk about how close this is to the Cold Kroger shopping center, and then also to the bus stop, to transit. And I might have missed something here, but can you show me how, if I live here, I could walk to Kroger's, and how I can walk to the bus stop, and if I'm walking on dirt or there's sidewalks.
I will do my best. Let me see if I've got something. Nope, it's the best one I'm going to have for you. But okay, so right now this would be the property, the development. This road is in. Just from a standpoint, this is Dairy Queen. If you know where Dairy Queen is, down in the bottom and the car wash. So if you were going to walk from here to Kroger, you would come down to this intersection and then along this road. Whoops, back there. And at this point, you're kind of looking at the really large detention pond to the west of Kroger here. You would come down around and Kroger sits down here at the bottom of my screen. So, I mean, it's walkable. I don't know there's a really good sidewalk interconnection option here. But the nearest bus stop as well is going to be probably the one in the Kroger shopping center out in the front. Either that or there may be one down along the First Madison Bank signal at that location as well.
There's really not a walking area in the front part, but in the back part, I don't know how they did that driveway. It's walkable, but it's in the back part. Do you know what I'm talking about, Brad?
Yes, ma'am. This is, if you can see my arrow on the screen, this is the back of here's the highway here, and the Dairy Queen and the dentist office is here. This is the road that's behind those now that comes down and then ties in, swings around, and ultimately goes into the Kroger parking lot.
Right.
So you can walk there. You'd be walking on the road. I mean, one of the big concerns that staff had with it, and it was more of a short term, was that's going to be the same route that you will take when you exit in the morning. If you're going back to Athens, you will either follow along the backside and go down through the Kroger Shopping Center to access 29 there at the signal at First Madison, or you would go north on 29 and then make a U-turn to go back to Athens. And that was really our only concern with this, was the potential for a number of U-turn movements along the corridor. But Planning Commission felt like it would have been the same way. If it was done as a mixed use project with ground floor commercial, you could still do just as many units and have commercial. And, so I thought they felt like it was an appropriate use of this property.
Brad, did you get any opposition to this development? I think I got one, but I don't think she was talking about this particular one. Did you get any opposition at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So, Brad, Brad, I'm just following up on that. On this street that you'd walk down to get into the, that goes behind Dairy Queen and such, who owns that road?
It is owned by the developer that is doing the overall development of all the parcels.
And there's no sidewalks on that or anticipated?
I don't think there is on that because it's not public right away. I'll go back and check though.
There's no sidewalks. It's not right now because there's no housing. There's not much traffic back there, but there are no sidewalks. And Brad, do you know the name of that liquor store that is there?
Northside Package.
All right, that's the name of that driveway.
Okay. I'm looking on Google Maps now, and there's a sidewalk behind the car wash.
Yep.
But it doesn't go all the way down, does it?
It ends basically where the current road ends.
Yeah,
right.
I think that one was done as part of the Kroger plan development. That was part of that project. Once you get to that point, the road that comes off of 29 next to the liquor store has a sidewalk on it because that's part of a longer term public road project that will come all the way across. The road behind the Dairy Queen and the dentist office it functions more as a private driveway connection. It goes from parcel to parcel. It is not a public, it's not a public right of way. It functions a lot like an internal driveway system within a shopping center.
Yeah, I just thought there was mention of this because, it did kind of make it sound like it was whether or not it was defined as workforce housing in any way that we could make sure it stayed that way. That's who they were explaining would be working there. And I thought there was mention of people using the bus as well. But I like, so that I'm just a little confused about how someone would get to the bus. Like
it's a little bit of a walk to the bus stop. From here.
Okay, got it.
They can ride the bikes, Carol, and get on the bus.
You are so right.
Any others on this one? All right, we're going to move on to the. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a question. Does the developer own the? Oh, are you trying to go? You can go first, Commissioner Evans.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Does the developer own the land all the way up to US 29? Is like that's where everyone's going to be turning in from, correct?
Yes.
So how much sidewalk are they required to build in order to build by right? Like, do they have to build a sidewalk out to US 29? And basically we're just looking to try to make up a gap between their entrance and that sidewalk out in front of the developments just south of there?
I can show you this. Right now, here's Northside Package, and here's the portion of road that has been built. So there is sidewalk to here currently. As part of this project, this road, which is being built to ultimately become a public street, a public road that will go across. It will be extended to this point, and there will be sidewalk on both sides. It will be built to full county standards to here and stop. And then at some point in the future, when this is developed, it will be built to there and stopped. And then, ultimately at that point, that's as far as that road will go until something changes with Modern Body. We've had many conversations with them through the years, and that is ultimately all in their hands in terms of future development of that property to ultimately get to the signal at Highway 72 and Voiles.
So Brad, with the future development of sidewalks, is that the local government's responsibility or the developer?
It's the developer's responsibility to build this section of the road and put in the sidewalks.
And we're not okay. I'm good.
Did that get? I think Commissioner Edwards was
just thankful for Planning Director Griffin saying, Space Kroger knew exactly what he was talking about. Good job.
I don't know why it's called Space Kroger, but that's what everybody calls it. So
big you can see it from space.
It was, when it went in, the largest Kroger in the state. I think
was.
it's been surpassed by one in Hall County now.
It's up for debate.
Mayor, I had a quick question on
Tim.
this one. We're still here. So I believe that Athens Transit now runs on US 29, and so could we be requiring this development to put a stop in?
I don't know that we could require this one too, Commissioner, because it actually doesn't have frontage out on 29. Okay. I think to go 2 lots removed to the west to put in would be more of a system improvement instead of a project, and that'd probably be a stretch.
Okay, fair enough.
Any other questions on this one? Yeah, I think you're right, Tim. I think Route 30 goes up Highway 29. And so I guess it must stop somewhere in this stretch, whether that's in front of the liquor store or one of the restaurants.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
And then the other route that goes through Athens Tech, stops sort of across the parking lot from Kroger near the pet food store. And so that's probably a quarter mile, something in that ballpark.
Probably. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Next item is a plan development at 175 Tracy Street. That requested rezoning is from employment industrial to an employment office plan development. It's a mix of residential, commercial, and industrial uses on about 7 acres, 108 beds, 1 and 2 bedroom units, and then a breakdown there of commercial and industrial use as well. Some startup commercial space is proposed within it as well, and then an access easement from Barber through the site over to Tracy Street that also will kind of double as a multi-use pedestrian path that goes through the property as well. Employment Center future land use category would not need to be amended for this proposed plan development. There are some waivers that you see here, setbacks, and probably the biggest one here, and it shows up in the staff report. Planning Commission still supported the PD, but it's the waiver to increase the maximum percentage of residential on an employment office property from 20% to almost 90% of the total square footage. And then some reduced parking requirements from 161 to 157, but fairly minor. See the property here outlined in the red along Barber and Tracy. It's kind of a view of it above the street looking from the other direction. Before and after, currently zoned employment industrial. Employment industrial does not allow any percentage of residential. The employment office does allow up to 20%, which is why they're changing that underlying designation and then asking for the waiver to increase the percentage of residential. Overall site plan, and you can see here on it the connecting route from Barber over to Tracy Street through the development. It's kind of another site plan that shows it a little more clearly. Some conceptual views of the buildings. And the Planning Commission recommendation for this plan development was to approve, and I believe it was a unanimous vote. Yes, it was.
Thanks, Brad. And, Melissa, this is over in your district.
Yeah. This is an interesting little project. And the Planning Commission really liked it. I like it too. They've been in some communication with the neighborhood. This boulevard, the back end boulevard backs up to this area. It's right across from the Chase Street warehouses where Canopy is. The biggest conversation I've had with folks about this is the hopes of kind of using this denser development and this, ongoing increasing interest in this particular area in general to ask for a railroad quiet zone. We've got some unprotected crossings along Wimburn and I believe Pulaski isn't fully protected. And so I've reached out to staff, and some nearby residents have done some research. The developer of this project is interested in supporting such an idea, and I'm wondering if maybe Brad or Blaine or somebody could give us a rundown on what it takes to get those extra protected crossings and to get that quiet zone so that train doesn't have to blare its horn through this what's increasingly dense residential and commercial area.
I think Blaine has a little bit of information about that. I've engaged him about the quiet zone.
Thank you, Mayor. And Commissioner Link, I appreciate your emails as well. And so, yes, the notion of a quiet zone, as we all know, as trains approach a dense urban area, they blow their horns and they go all times of the day and night. And what the quiet zones are a coordinated series of crossings that are protected. And there's special equipment. And as you can imagine, what happens is all the gates go down through the urban dense area that they go simultaneously. So there's an assurance that everything's down and the train can pass through without having to blow its horn to clear the tracks. That's very simplistic. And I have had experience with this in another community where I managed. It is an expensive proposition, and obviously you have to work with the railroad. It can cost several $100,000 to implement one of these with the required equipment. And of course, the railroad causes that to happen. And there's a process by which you go through. You submit an administrative fee, and then that gets them to come out and actually do cost estimates and so on and so forth. And so the one thing that we lack in this is a funding source. If it were to run $300,000 to $400,000, but there is a process. Staff is aware of it. Commissioner Link has shown some interest in that. Barring the Mayor and Commission making this a priority and providing funding, it could be a TSPLOST project. I know that's going to be discussed later this year, but Commissioner Link, you may be on a different timeline with that.
Well, I know there's a sense of urgency among folks who live in the neighborhood, but then again, we all know these things, any major project can take years. But I'm interested in that. You said that initiating process is an administrative fee to ask the railroad to provide those cost estimates. What is that initial administrative fee?
I'm not sure. I was just looking through that process, and they don't share that, so I can find that out though.
Because my concern is we are seeing some fairly dense multifamily residential development. I mean, the Southern Mills project, we're going to get some more residential units in there. This project, even on Prince Avenue. I mean, I hear that train from my house, and I'm about 3 or 4 blocks away from it. And I know folks that live on it, you get used to it, but technically it is a health hazard. And there have been a couple deaths on that stretch of railroad just in the past few years. From what I understand, they were suicides, but I feel like with so much traffic and pedestrian and cycling activity, we're going to have our mixed use path going over that rail crossing. I feel like it's only a matter of time before someone wearing headphones, which everybody wears them these days. It's only a matter of time before someone wearing headphones ends up in the path of one of those trains and not able to hear that blast. We're going to add a couple hundred more bedrooms here. We're talking about densifying some of our single family neighborhoods with accessory dwellings and things like that.
I support a quiet zone.
Yeah. I'd like to hear what it costs to even just initiate that process to get to that administrative fee, so we can at least know what we're facing and have an amount to get on a TSPLOST ballot in the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll follow up with that.
And that planning will begin happening this year.
Thank you. I mean, if the administrative fee to just begin the process is not that significant, if we could come up with the money, the next fiscal budget and just get that ball rolling.
Yeah.
helpful. The sooner the better.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions about the development writ large?
A question. I know it's late, but Brad, perhaps you could do this overview of the environmental review that's gone on in terms of the cement factory or whatever production across the way, the dust and the noise with the buildings, and then the incorporation of the greenway through there.
I can. Let me get back to the plan. And I don't, I don't, from our standpoint, I don't know that we did a comprehensive environmental assessment. I know there was some information provided as part of the applicant's submittal, as well as, the connection for the greenway, I believe, will follow the this road through here. There's some paths networks as well. And I'm sure the applicant could give you more on that. I mean, our assessment really focused largely on, from a standpoint of a staff recommendation to you. I mean, we normally view zoning, in its most simplistic form, zoning is in place to ensure protection of property owners and people that occupy property from the intrusion of incompatible uses. And 90% of the time, whenever we deal with zoning and incompatible uses, we're talking about where people live and something coming in that's going to bother them, a shopping center or a car lot or something like that, that's asking for rezoning to come into an area where people live and we don't want it. And that zoning protects that. I mean, we can't forget about the zoning that is in place for industrial users too. And in the case of an industrial user, the intrusion of a use type that would impact them in a negative manner is people living there, because industrial uses by their nature do create dust and noise. And, so our concern was very much with the batch plant across the street that has been there, was there, it's owned properly to be there. And then we're introducing a brand new 100-bedroom multifamily. If we begin to get, concerns, complaints with dust, it kind of works both ways. That's the simplest way I can put it, but that's ultimately what led to the staff recommendation, that we felt like this was just too much of an intrusion into an existing industrial zoned area. And I got to get up. If I don't get up right now, the alarm in this building's going to go off. So I apologize. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to point out something that's really interesting about this project. I don't know if y'all can see in the very center of the project, there are these little teeny buildings. That's what they're talking about, is kind of these startup little huts, like almost like a food court or something. There's a stream running through the project, and they're proposing these walking trails that would connect Barber Street into the project and across onto Tracy Street. But in the middle there's almost like this community, commercial, public space, kind of, food court, food cart type space, which I think provides a really sweet little entrepreneurial opportunity. There's a lot of activity over here at this Chase Street warehouse. And, I think this could really be an organic expansion of that. So, I mean, I think it's an exciting little project. And quite frankly, I think this kind of like low to moderate multifamily density, I think is probably a less intrusive use than if it were to be developed as an industrial project. And I can't imagine any industrial developer wanting to come in here into a neighborhood area that's, increasingly high-end neighborhood area, quite frankly.
Just thinking about the contours of the existing uses around here, you already have many residential units in the warehouses just across the street. Obviously, there's the benefit of being able to walk just a couple blocks to Chase Elementary School from here, and lots of existing businesses. So this has been a challenge piece of property for a long time, given the dumping that's gone on there for years. So it certainly seems like an upgrade. Any other thoughts?
If this, if the development of the residential development of this property can get the ball rolling towards a quiet zone, a lot of people are going to be very happy.
We'll definitely find out more about that fee structure and application process.
Just a quick comment.
Yeah,
I guess this is like inevitable, but being somebody who spent a lot of time with those Chase Street warehouses when they were rougher shape and rougher times, I guess this is inevitable, but it seems like a magical little hidden part of Athens that was very accessible to people from any kind of income or background maybe is becoming a little bit more high end, but I guess that's inevitable and just the way that sometimes this goes. I do have a little bit of concern about like just the traffic access. I'm guessing, Brad, like they did a traffic analysis and it's fine here, but I'm just thinking like Tracy Street just like maybe some of it again because it's like a little bit of a lawless area sometimes. Tracy Street would have some odd parking happening on it, and sometimes wasn't the easiest street to be able to drive down. Also because of all the debris coming from the cement factory. And then if you're coming down Barber Street, especially from the north, with the chicken plants there, sometimes you're just having to drive really slow because of crosswalks, workers crossing and stuff. So, but I know we also have the multi-use trail coming up this corridor here too, though, which people will hopefully be using that when they do a car. So.
This project calls for some on-street parking on Tracy Street, so that might kind of, remove some of the lawlessness factor on Tracy Street.
That makes sense.
We'll find a new raw, funky spot, no doubt. Maybe it'll be Homewood Hills next. So
we'll take it. At least some of us will. Yeah.
The mall.
Or the mall, yeah. Funky mall tad. Can I jump in with a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
Is there such a thing as an overlay that we could put into that industrially zoned area across the street, in our beloved Chase Street warehouses, but something that could preclude certain types of industrial development to go in the future that might allay some of those concerns of staff around hazardous dust or anything affecting the residents of this area?
I mean, you've always got the ability to go in and do a special district overlay where I think we need to look at the whole area more comprehensively. Just to be completely honest, I don't know that and I don't mean this to sound harsh, but I don't think the staff concern is nearly as much of the impacts on the residents as it is the impacts on the industry that was there first in an area that was zoned for it. And then we're introducing the residential that's going to create problems for the existing industry. So, to go in and further do an overlay, because, we all know the area. It's very, very close to get across the street again. And we've got welding places and we've got the chicken plant and other heavy industrial users that make noise and make odors. And they're in an area that we deemed appropriately zoned. So, something we could look at. I'm not saying we couldn't, but we just have to look at the whole area comprehensively.
Yeah, I guess this is the first time I'm seeing staff recommend something that's unanimously recommended the other way by the Planning Commission. And so just trying to figure out what best of both worlds options could possibly exist moving forward. So,
Mayor, Brad, would it be prudent to do something maybe where if an industrial business in this area closed, one could not reopen to replace it? Like a sunset or something like that? I'm just thinking, let's say one day this cement factory closes, instead of having another one come in right behind it.
Yeah. I think you as the mayor and commission have the right to, that would almost get into rezoning the property, Commissioner. And I don't mean that. That's the easiest way to do it. If you were to rezone it, the use that's in place just becomes a legal non-conforming use that's grandfathered, and it can stay as long as it's there. a change in ownership, from one company to the next would not force it to close. But if the company went dormant for a period of time, it loses its non-conforming status and reverts to whatever the underlying zoning would allow. I think the flip side of that argument is that's exactly the concern we're trying to potentially raise, that, the more residential inclusion we get into an area, you start to get those kind of moves to where you're forcing out the industry that was there first, due to legitimate concerns over health and odors and other things.
And like for that cement plant, the concern would be their capital investment and their fixtures and equipment on that site, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, in a site like that, if and when it closes, if we rezone it to encourage infill higher density residential, the cleanup that would be involved, I would assume, to get to a residential standard is going to significantly impact the value of that property, I would think.
Yeah. Interesting. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Brad. Any other thoughts on this one? All right, we have just one left.
And I promise this one's easier. So this is the last one, 106 Tallassee Road, special use permit. It's an amendment to an existing special use in commercial neighborhood zone. The applicant is looking to add about 500 square feet of additional on-site inventory storage to their existing retail use, which is a package store. Because it was a special use permit when it was approved for the drive-through, it has a binding site plan. Drive-through is to the left as you see it here. The addition is to the rear. Binding site plan means they've got to amend that plan through this process to put the storage on the back of the building. There's the existing location. And here's the site plan. And here's the add-on is this in the back. Doesn't impact their drive-through, doesn't change anything. It's an area that's already paved, but it did trigger the amendment to the special use permit. Planning Commission is recommending approval.
All right. It's a liquor store, so it must be District 5.
Yep, this one's in my district, and that drive-through lane has helped get me through this pandemic. So I see no problem with this one at all here. Actually talked to the owners a little bit about this, and basically they've been doing good, but they need a little bit more storage for them to actually be able to be really successful. And see no reason for us not to approve this one.
Thanks, Tim. Any other questions or thoughts about this one? All right, everybody. Yeah.
I was just going to say, on behalf of the district across the street, I think it's a great plan as well. And I just wanted to thank Director Griffin for arcing us toward the easiest stuff at the end.
Thanks for throwing the softball here, Brad.
I'm out of mind power. I couldn't have done any more.
All right, everyone. Thanks for your hard work tonight. We appreciate it. Everybody be safe out there.
Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Everybody.